You know? So let's go, baby. And what do we got? Contagion Lord, always a favorite. Siphon Experimentation, really strong. Soothsayer Hermit, also really strong, lots of fun. Cyclone Rider, absolutely horrible. Maybe maybe one of the worst cards ever. I mean, it's an underdrop, um, but like barely. I would I would honestly consider picking like gain 7 health to this card. I think this card is very unlikely to be relevant. Stygian Lotus is very powerful, and then Indomitable Fiend also very powerful, though very few synergies for that in draft. But I could see. I mean, the card's been out for a little bit now, so most people have them. Um, I could see a newer player picking this up to add to their collection because that is a good and I think relatively cheap deck to build, but I'm not sure. So I want to choose between Contagion Lord, Soothsayer Hermit, and Siphon Experimentation. I think these are all really powerful cards, and also, uh, maybe not Siphon Experimentation. I think Contagion Lord, excuse me, Contagion Lord and Soothsayer Hermit are both really sweet cards. Siphon Experimentation isn't as sweet. It is just a big bonus. However, this bonus is mighty big. And this can win the game as early as player level 1. So I'm going to go for it. I think that this is the most powerful card in the pack. We're going to want to probably pair it with Utera, maybe Necrium. I don't think it's the sweetest card in the pack. It's probably the 4th sweetest card. May even be the 5th sweetest card. Indomitable Fiend is at least interesting, but it's also just super dumb and powerful. And Cyclone Rider, excuse me, is neither powerful nor sweet. So we'll take Experiment there. We can lock ourselves into Utera, which I think we might want to do. Aetherforged Oracle isn't bad in the style of deck that we're going to be drafting here because we are going to draft some spells. So there's a chance we want to level them. I really don't want to get locked into Tempest with a Siphon Experimentation pick. Though, I will say Tempest can also be aggressive. Nah. I'm going to take... I'm going to take one of these Utera cards because I think I want to play Utera alongside... Oh, it's not Siphon. It's Sypian. Alright, alongside Sypian Experimentation. Let's just take Grove Matriarch. It's the more powerful card. Bramble Axe Warrior is potentially more synergistic, but we'll just take the more powerful card here. We can get Sypian. I've always called this Siphon Infiltrator since Alpha. I've been calling this Siphon. Weird. Sypian Infiltrator has some synergies along with the experimentation. It's going to get Breakthrough, and you can even cast the level 1 version on the level 3 Infiltrator, and that'll work. If we compare it to the Bear, we only lose 1 health on the first rank for an additional attack on the second and third rank. So Infiltrator's definitely stronger than Bear here, and we'll take it. We'll leave Technognomes be and just pick that up. Matrix Warden, also really good with Infiltrator, and just really good in general. We could take Tower Scout as a mobility damage push. I'm just going to take the bigger creature to go along with the experimentation. Here I could grab the biggest creature, which is Nexus Pilot, or I could just grab the most solid card, which is War Charger. Grove Huntress is also really good, and it is good in this kind of, this kind of wants you to have one creature in play and beef up that one dude, but I think I'm going to grab a War Charger here. It's close. It's pretty close, but yeah, I think I'm just going to go... I'm kind of talking myself out of it the more that I think about it because, like, this works really well with Matriarch. Even Fangwood Bear works really well with Matriarch. All right. Or Grove Huntress, I mean. All right, I'll take Grove Huntress. I convinced myself. Now, can I pick up a Sypian Augmentation? I'm not sure that I can over Technosmith. You know what? Maybe I can. I'm going to get more Technosmiths later. Let's grab the Augmentation now. That's going to be a sweet card to have access to. And then let's grab another Infiltrator, and we're going to keep that going. I think Infiltrator is a little bit better than Warclaw. Enough so that I'm willing to pick it up here. We can grab a Tangle Sprout. It's a good underdrop. It's probably a better underdrop than Deepwood Bear Rider. Deepwood Bear Rider has a really interesting level 2 and an interesting level 3. I won't call them bad. Card is good, but it's just a little awkward. And Tangle Sprout will let us... I mean, we could even just, turn 1 Tangle Sprout experimentation. What you gonna do about that? I'll take you Pterodon Mauler. And Tower Vanguard, if we put an experimentation on this, it becomes a 9/7/4. Kind of just want to keep the bears going, see what that does. Bear's good. I don't think we need to take up like a situational creature when we could just snag ourselves a bear. I think I will take Nexus Pilot here. We're only a third of the way through the draft, so we're sure to see some more center lane creatures. Generally, I like to have 2 to 4 creatures that work well in the center lane, and I'm only going to level 2 of them on a given game, unless I can power level 1, like, for free. Here we can put more armor on a creature. This card's reasonable. If you look at it as a 3/7, a 5/12, and a 13/17, it's really not that unreasonable of a card. So, yeah, let's try it out. We don't have that much pump so far, so grabbing more pump anywhere we can, I think, is going to be pretty good. And I'll take a bear here over a Tangle Sprout. Just want to get... Tangle Sprout's good, but bear's just going to be a more consistent creature. Though you look at Tangle Sprout, it's a lot better level 1 and only slightly worse level 2. But, maybe should I try to play something a little bit more aggressive? I generally try to win in player level 3 or 4. I don't try to win in player level 2. But I could see an argument for just making this deck a little bit more aggressive because Sypian Experimentation is such an aggressive card. Yeah, the level 2 is good on Deepwood Bear. The problem is that 8 toughness trades with, it's good. But you play this card as an underdrop. You don't play it to, slam this down in player level 1 because it's weak, and then player level 2 you play this, and they can trade it off with an underdrop that they have. So that's why I don't think Deepwood Bear Rider is better than the bear itself. I'm going to take Fangwood Bear here, just take something a little bit consistent. Take a Bramble Axe Warrior as an underdrop. Okay, well, you pretty much have to take Frostwild Tracker. This card is pretty insane. It's not as good as its predecessor. Sypian Augmentation and Aetherforged Oracle are obviously a combo. We didn't pick up the Aetherforged Oracle earlier. This is one of the only spells that you can actually level with Aetherforged Oracle for value. We'll take Frostwild Tracker though, and we definitely want to keep our eyes on anything power leveling wise. Restless Wanderers doesn't sound too exciting. I don't think we need the Deepwood Bear. And I don't think it's better than Grove Matriarch. I think Grove Matriarch's pretty good, and we probably want to snap that up here. It's not super aggressive, but none of these cards really are. So we'll take Grove Matriarch. We grab a 7/7 that puts a bunch of shitty cards in our deck. I don't think I want to do that. So It's a 7-7, 11-11, 17-17. Pretty good. It's one stat higher than Fangwood Bear, Deepwood Bear, whatever that card's called, the 6-6, 10-10, 16-16. But Soulbind's 4 cards into your deck, one of which is bad, one of which is average, but bad when you don't have anything to synergize with it, and another of which is also good, but good on the last player level, not in the early game. So I think I'm going to skip on Forge Guardian Delta here. I'll just take another Pterodon Mauler. We're just playing a bunch of 6/6s this draft. I'll take the best underdrop here, Ghost Scale Cobra. And Ghost Scale Cobra, like, this is another example. This just trades with anything with 8 toughness, so winds up being decent underdrop and getting you there. So we could take another Medic, but I think this card is a little bit stronger. 13-14 as opposed to 12-15. Yeah, I mean, they pretty much have the same numbers on them, or the same combination of numbers. They're both 3/6s, and then they add up to 15, and then they add up to 27. So you're looking at the same numbers, just slightly different distribution. And then it's a matter of immediately being able to use it or being able to activate and use it, which both have their trade-offs, but I find Aegis Conscripts generally works out a little bit better. And I think most people will agree with that Aegis Conscripts is just a little bit stronger. We can pick up our second Nexus pilot here. I think that seems reasonable. And Victory Rush is kind of interesting, but we can grab our second Nexus pilot. That is a pretty cool card for Sypian Augmentation and Sypian Experimentation. It obviously makes... There's also some anti-synergy with Augmentation, but I think that's a good one. We can grab Asperian War Tusk, which I think will trigger. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, it's a little light for War Tusk. We'd probably want to grab maybe 3, 4 more Aloyan cards. Or we can just grab one of those more Aloyan cards. Matrix Warden is going to be strong regardless. We could also grab an Ursine Strength, which is +5, +9, and +13. So pretty good numbers on Ursine Strength as an underdrop. But I think we just want to take Matrix Warden here. I think you just want all the battle tricks you can. Asperian War Tusk is pretty good, but Matrix Warden, I think, is where we want to be. So let's grab that. Then we can grab Captain or Aegis Conscripts or another Ursine Strength. Palladium Pulse Mage, also a really strong card. So these are all good ones. Palladium Pulse Mage is a little bit better, like of an activation than just Steel Welder Medic. -4 attack is pretty strong. I think we're just going to go with Ordnance Captain here, though. I mean, Aegis Conscripts is good in that being able to put more armor on a creature that we've already given some armor. That armor, like, adding up is pretty good, but this guy kind of scales off in the late game. Ordnance Captain is pretty solid on every player level. So we'll play Captain. Definitely going to take Ironbound Reinforcements here. Card's insane. We could take Matrix Warden or Palladium Hindermine. So this guy's effectively a 2/7, 6/12, 12/19. He's pretty good. I think we probably just want Matrix Warden, though. Again, just keep him coming. Leyline Golem spawns when our opponent moves creatures. That's interesting. We take another Ordnance Captain. I'm just going to take a Venom Fang, though. Help clean up some stragglers that our opponent has laying around. Then we could grab another Augmentation. I don't have any power leveling cards. I could grab our first power leveling card, or I could just grab a Stygian Lotus. Palladium Hindermind is also good, and Ghost Scale Cobra is good as an underdrop. But there's just a lot of times where Lotus can get you out of a situation that no other card would be able to get you out of. So let's grab Lotus here. Then we can grab our first Technosmith of the draft and be able to level some cards. Then I'm going to grab Aegis Wings, I think. I think it's probably a little bit better than Shardplate Delver, even though that would be sweet to put some experiments on. But Aegis Wings, suit up a big creature, start flying around. I think that'll be sweet. I think we've got enough underdrop S cards that we could grab a Poison Coil here. I haven't seen this guy in a while, but Poison Coil is pretty sweet. And I haven't played with that card in a long time. I saw it in the Mono Terra drafts we did for the Weekend Warrior, but other than that, I did not know it was in the draft pool because I haven't seen it in pretty decent amount of time here. So we've got an interesting deck here. A lot of 6 attack creatures with Infiltrator. Matrix Warden is a pseudo 6 attack creature. Because he can pump himself and he's a 6/3. Another interesting thing is Matrix Warden underleveled twice. Or no. Yeah, just once. Works well with leveled Siphon Infiltrators. It's the Bound Boy that can turn on the level 3. So we're pretty much guaranteed getting a Siphon Infiltrator with this deck, which is pretty cool. We've got 2 potential plays, or maybe even 3 potential plays to start us off here. So I think we definitely want to play, well, we're playing some combination of these first 4 cards in our hand. We're going to save Matrix Warden. Yeah, Ironbound Reinforcements was the card I was talking about. I can also not block my opponent's 6/6 because I've got a lot of bears in my deck. But Frostwild Tracker, being able to level this card, that's so strong. So I think I want to do that, which I think means not playing Aegis Wings and probably also not playing Steel Welder Medic. So I think I just want to open lane an Infiltrator and open lane a Frostwild Tracker. My opponent will make a Seedling. I'll probably be able to eat that, and then I'll probably be able to eat their 6/5 with the bear. Let's throw this open lane here, and I'll throw this open lane. I guess I want to throw it open lane here. And that's because I wanted to have a good spot to play Ordnance Captain without also taking me off of Nexus Pilot. And I wanted to be able to put something here. Like, Ordnance Captain didn't want to go in this space. So if I put Frostwild Tracker here, that would mean I'd have to go something here and then Ordnance Captain in 2. Though it looks like that would have actually worked because I drew the Venom Fang as well. So now I'm probably just going Venom Fang, block, poison something that they open lane or maybe go center lane with, and then either Ironbound Reinforcements or Ordnance Captain. Looks like, or I'm sorry, not Ironbound Reinforcements, Aegis Conscripts. So Venom Fang will get to take out Necro Slime here. So that's pretty good. That'll get taken out for free. My opponent will play a 1/1 in the center, and then I'll hit them for 6. Yeah, that's pretty much all we're looking at. What else could we do? Aegis Conscripts, again, won't save this. I could still just level Aegis Conscripts, but I think Ordnance Captain is a pretty decent level as well. So we'll just do this, smack my opponent for 6. Oh, actually, we hit them for slightly more because of the breakthrough when we pumped up my Infiltrator. Lotus could come out here. We can also play Pterodon Mauler post-combat. They're going to grow this by either killing off their plant or by dealing 3 damage to, like, a 6/4 or something that they put here. Oh, no, they're going to damage their Living Hive. Yikes. All right, well, I think they're going to damage their Living Hive. That would make a lot of sense for them to do. Cool. All right, very cool play by my opponents. luckily, we've got some Lotus action here to kind of populate the battlefield. So, yeah, what we can do is we can battle, then we can Lotus, and I'm willing to just play Lotus first. I think that that is a reasonable risk. Alright, that's fine. Because this winds up... The reason I was willing to play it post-combat, this winds up with the exact same board as if I had played it pre-combat, but this gave me a chance to not have the Lotus hit here and let me choose where I wanted to put my bear. So what would be bad for us would be a -1/-1 on our captain. Alright, looks like they're going to trade with the bear over time. So that's pretty reasonable. Hive Empress, which is not going to activate. Get out of here. Stop trying to poison me. This shit scares me, though, because we could pretty easily get some poison on us. Oh, wait, we will. Oh, why is my opponent victory rushing? Alright, my opponent thinks something's happening that is not here. Yeah, all my opponent needed to do was play a creature that survived a Stygian Lotus that hand, and they would have been in a reasonable spot. Though I guess their Hive Empress is going to die to combat anyways. So we've got to decide if we want to play Siphon Infiltrator or Nexus Pilot. We're also going to play Technosmith and level up Sypian Augmentation. So we just have to figure out where we want the rest of that to go. I think I like Infiltrator. Oh, you know what? If we're going to play Infiltrator, let's positive battle this and then just battle this. I like this. My opponent's going to get another bee, which they will probably use to take out this Lotus. And the bee stuff I don't love. I don't love how many bees we're giving my opponent right now, but we drew Stygian Lotus again. As long as we don't take any poison this turn from some type of -3/-3 effect, I think we're in a pretty good spot to cover all the lanes again for this last bee. And then I guess we're just worried about the level 3 Living Hive. But my opponent's board hasn't been that aggressive. Stygian Lotus, I actually hope my opponent plays some level 2s right here. And by level 2s, I mean level 2s that aren't Living Hive. Because as long as they don't have that, Stygian Lotus is going to be able to clean up their whole battlefield. And then we can even afford to get ahead a little bit with Sypian Augmentation, Steel Welder, Matrix Warden, some stuff like that. We could even Matrix Warden our Breakthrough Boy over here, and that would be pretty reasonable. Alright, Matrix Warden can go there and finish off the second half of the zombie, though we can also just leave that as a place for Stygian Lotus to go. Alright, they're going to pump up their Living Hive again. And I guess I just kill it because I've got nothing else better to do with my time. Huh. Yeah, this is interesting. So we're going to play Matrix Warden, pumping Infiltrator, and then I'm just going to play a Stygian Lotus post-combat and do nothing with it. I guess I'm just not going to level Stygian Lotus. There's no reason to. I will just play Steel Welder Medic open lane. Oh, you know what? There's actually, if we will wait post-combat because there's a chance that a bee pops in one of these side lanes and then we can actually get value off Lotus. So we'll do that. We'll get some Lotus value here. Just kill this guy, bee goes in the side lane, and then we get to double Lotus up. So we haven't played anything too threatening so far. The point of this deck is supposed to be one creature out so that we can sipe in experimentation. And we've pretty much had 5 creatures out this entire game, which is pretty unlucky. Alright, an Epidemic does a little bit of work. It's also a really good card, but it's not going to be anything too insane here. That, however, is super annoying. That's going to give my opponent a lot of bees. So we're going to want to replace this here. And then what else are we going to do? We want to replace it with a Fangwood Bear or a Pterodon Mauler for now. And then I think I want to put Aegis Wings on it so that I can move out of there for next turn and I won't have to worry about the hive. Yeah. So that means we deal no damage to it this turn. We're going to take 8, but that's fine. And then I'm going to Aegis Wing, so this guy will get 1 mobility, and I can move the bear out of there, so that way we don't really care that much about the living hive. I could also Ironbound Reinforcements it to take it out and trade with this Fellstrider here. And then we have Venom Fang. Alright, well my opponent kills it. So it's about the same as me moving it out of the way. Deals 1 damage to another creature. Alright, well played by my opponent. That is going to give him a another thing that he can ping his Living Hive with. So my opponent's doing some sweet stuff over here. Unfortunately for them, we are just going to be able to Venom Fang the Spite Hydra. The Living Hive might make our next Lotus a little bit awkward, but ultimately I think that's fine. And as weird as this is, I'm just going to continue to take 8. We've got Lotus in the deck that we can clean up this Fellstrider with. We've got maybe something that makes a 1/1. I'm not really sure, but I just don't want to trade one of my level 2s for this 8/1. Yeah, he's... Oh, right, no allied. So the activate ability they won't be able to use. Good catch, Agrada. I'm not sure if you were here earlier, but my opponent did also play a Necro Slime. So I wasn't putting it past them to have creatures to damage their own things and kind of go off on those synergies. They very well still could have the 7/7 that does that. Alright, they have a Grave Pact. That's fine. So it's like we made the trade that we didn't want to make, however, we made our opponent also use a card for it. This will trade with a Pterodon Mauler. We'll play a Frostwild Tracker for free. And then we can Siphon Infiltrator, and I think we just open lane this. I don't think there's any reason to give my opponent a Bumblebee, especially because, well, actually, we've got the lanes kind of covered. I guess we could give my opponent a Bumblebee here, and it wouldn't really matter, but we're doing okay. Ordnance Captain, Stygian Lotus, I think we're going to have plays for both of those creatures. Dendrify is fine with me. Ordnance Captain doesn't quite kill Living Hive, but Stygian Lotus will when pumped by Ordnance Captain. We also have Matrix Warden and Ironbound Reinforcements, which are good cards and potentially cards we want to level. Yeah, I guess it wasn't super important that we took out the Spite Hydra in that instance. I think it was... No, I misplayed then, because I could have just used the guy to take out the 8/1. I would have saved myself 8 to 16 damage or something. So if I Stygian Lotus, make 2 guys, I'm rolling the 50-50. Yeah, let's do that. Let's roll the 50-50 on the Stygian Lotus. We really want the Lotus to pop up in lane 5. And if it doesn't pop up in lane 5, if it pops up in lane 4, then we'll Ironbound Reinforcements. And then I think we still pump the Lotus with the Ironbound Reinforcements, just so that my opponent only gets to make 1B. Then my opponent will play a pump spell, but they'd have to pump it for 6. They'd have to pump it for 7, so we're probably pretty safe on that front. Whereas this means they'd only have to pump it for 2 to make an additional B. That's fine. We'll roll the 50-50. I think it's a pretty strong it's a pretty strong board state if we get it. We do. We've got 2 9 or 10 power attacking creatures. Hit them for 20. They're down to 40. And we've got some strong cards. We've got the Venom Fang to take out the B that spawns here. Though Venom Fang can also deal with a level 3 Living Hive. It's got 15 defense, so if it blocks one of our creatures in lanes 1 or 3, we'll be able to finish it off with Venom Fang. And then pop, yeah, I'd love to be able to pop this augmentation for free +6/+6. That'll make Venom Fang into a real threat, even after using its ability. So that would be sweet. Pterodon Mauler can get pumped up on a bee, and then we can kill the bee so that Pterodon Mauler doesn't die. We also have Bramble Axe Warrior, and we're like pretty close to lethal in general, though my opponent's going to block this almost assuredly. They do. I think this is a trade. Yeah, that looks like a trade. So we're going to be able to kill the bee, pump the Venom Fang, and play the Pterodon Mauler if it winds up in either of those other 2 lanes. We could also hit my opponent for 4 damage right now with Bramble Axe Warrior. My opponent's going to concede. We don't have to worry about exactly what we're doing. I think we had lethal there regardless. Maybe my opponent had a bad hand, but we would have been playing a full board, and my opponent already had to deal with 3 active creatures. In my opponent's mind, they had a bee, though, so the bee would have likely dealt with one of those 3 active creatures and traded with it. Though it might not have even traded with it in time, because bees trade with anything, but sometimes you have to take a little bit of damage to do so. And when you're only at 20 life points, there's only so many more damages you can afford to take. So for those of you just joining us, I will take a gander with you guys at the deck here. I think you guys already may have seen part of it. We've got a lot of 6 attack creatures in the deck. We've got 1 augmentation and 1 technosmith, but then 3 matrix wardens. I have some more 6 attack creatures. And we've got an Aegis Wings and a Siphon experimentation to try to kind of go off. We've got a bunch of bears, Grove Huntress, Ordnance Captain, Ironbound Reinforcements, 3 Matrix Wardens, an Aegis Conscripts, and Steel Welder Medic to try to pump our guys here. And a Poison Coil, because I haven't seen that card in a while. This is our last pick, so we don't really have... I mean, there's not really that many synergies to go along with it. This card works best in combination with Necrium or Tempest, I believe, but still a pretty strong card. Stygian Lotus also strong, and then Frostwild Tracker, also a pretty powerful heroic we got, and we picked up 2 Nexus Pilots. Also 2 Scythian Infiltrators, which is a pretty reasonable creature to try to go all in on. I don't know if I care about this at all. I think my opponent can have this. I mean, maybe they can make me eat those words, but I don't know, dudes. I don't know if I just want to play 2 big boys or if I want to play Steel Welder alongside Scythian Infiltrator. I don't think Steel Welder's unreasonable, though. Let's try it out. Let's try out Steel Welder Medic. And I'm going to go Infiltrator, not center lane. Yeah, let's put it here. So I guess that's awkward if we draw Nexus Pilot and Ordnance Captain. But it's always awkward when you draw both Nexus Pilot and Ordnance Captain. So we can give this plus attack, give it breakthrough, give it an armor, play Frostwild Tracker, or Matrix Warden potentially to trade off with whatever my opponent puts in front of Steel Welder Medic. There's also potential that just Matrix Warden turning this into a 6/6 will save it from whatever my opponent does. Well, that's a pretty bad block for my opponent because we're just going to give this 1 armor and this will survive. So that's kind of a freebie. And then a Nano Swarm to make this lose all abilities. We've lost our freebie, but meh. Not the worst thing in the world, I suppose. They leveled a Zithian Direhound with their Technosmith. Okay. Yeah, Zithian, Direhand, Technosmith doesn't do anything for you, and my opponent just might not know that interaction, or they might just be a little bit too high or something. They are a pot plant, after all. But, yeah, just so you guys know, leveling an overload card just keeps it in your deck. Only thing it really does, I suppose, is shows your opponent that you have that card. Yeah, I mean, that's the reason that you level overload cards in Constructed, because you just have a hand of all overload cards. I think that's pretty unlikely in draft here to do that, but who knows? So we could Aegis Wings this to make it a positive battle. I think I'm just going to do that, and yeah, I think it's okay. We could also just play a Fangwood Bear, like. So there's the first play. And then it's a choice of what do you want to level? Do you want to level Aegis Wings or do you want to level Fangwood Bear? I'm just going to level Aegis Wings. I think that they are pretty close. Yeah, I mean, if my opponent did have an all overload hand, we could be in a little bit of trouble because that would be a pretty powerful hand to have. I just don't think that's the case, though. My opponent played a turn 1 Sigmund Fraud, and while it does give him a constant abomination that he will have access to for the rest of the game, I'm not convinced that that was a particularly powerful play. Then they play a Bitterfrost Totem, which we can talk on my on my relationship with Bitterfrost Totem. That is the card. I guess I've neglected to mention it a few times while drafting, and to be fair, not that I need to be fair to myself, but when this card came out, I guess it's kind of being fair to Bitterfrost Totem, but when this card came out, Reign of Varna, I'm pretty sure that was when I wasn't playing the game, so I don't really have that much experience with the Bitterfrost Totem cycle. I don't even know what the Aloyan one is. Maybe the Aloyan one is like a mediocre amount of armor. But... Oh, and my opponent's clock is running because they are allowed to sacrifice Dr. Frankenbaum if they want. So the game won't automatically battle for them. So we need our opponent to realize here that he needs to press the battle button, or press the end turn button, and that his turn isn't going to end for him automatically. So, yeah, we're just kind of figuring that out here. So while, I guess we see what our opponent's done, we can figure out what our play is. Poison Coil, Nexus Pilot, Venom Fang, all three of those cards are strong. So is Ordnance Captain, but we're not going to get the trigger, nor do we have a good place to put that. Kind of want to just go all-out Poison. Venom Fang is the only card that we have other than Poison Coil that trades with Dr. Frankenbaum. So I think I want to play Venom Fang, and I think I'd rather have a Poison Coil than a Nexus Pilot. Nexus Pilot is really good. And having a leveled up Nexus Pilot is good for the next player level. Though we didn't level Siphon Augmentation, we leveled Aegis Wings, which obviously isn't good with Aegis Pilot. It's still good with it, but mobility on a creature that has to stay in the center lane, meh. You could go without it. Alright, Pop Plant, you've got 2 minutes to figure out that you have to press the end turn button. Or sacrifice your doctor. If my opponent sacrifices their doctor, then maybe we just... Nexus Pilot. Oh, Poison Coil's so good, I just realized. Because you put Poison Coil in front of Sigmund Fraud, and then they have to replace Sigmund Fraud as well. or we will just have a poison coil persist for the rest of the game. Alrighty. And we're in it. So, do we want to keep Dr. Frankenbaum around? I'm pretty locked in on this poison coil play here. We could take a bunch of damage to Venom Fang this, but we do have to be careful. I mean, we don't want to get too cocky and just lose to Abomination triggers. And if we poison this, well then I think that means my opponent will just sacrifice it to Sigmund Freud. So let's Venom Fang. We'll poison here, even though we're already kind of pressuring this creature by placing a poison coil in front of it. Yeah, I just think I don't want to take too much damage here. My opponent already leveled a Corpulent Shambler, Corpse Crawler, Graveborn Glutton. My opponent already played a Graveborn Glutton. They've got a Bitter Frost Totem, and they've got a level 2 Sigmund Fraud as well, which even though I'm not that scared of it, it is still worth respecting all of the potential damage triggers that could come out from my opponent. All right, my opponent levels a bunch of cards here. Let's see what they've leveled. They leveled their Sigmund Fraud, and they leveled Abyssal Maul. My opponent is all in on the Abominations, other than these two cards. They have had a lot of A-bombs. Poison 1 isn't that much poison, is it? So I think what I want to do is just play Siphon, because I've got the opportunity to positive battle with both of these creatures here. At the same time, I don't think that's what I want to do. I don't have to put additional poison on Sigmund Fraud. He is dying regardless. So I guess I will just poison this, and then what do I want to do? Do I want a positive battle? The Siphon Infiltrator positive battle seems pretty reasonable, which means I guess I should have poisoned Nexus Overwatch. Technosmith positive battle also seems okay. They get blown out. Yeah, I guess this is fine. We'll do like this. And I don't really get that blown out by like an Epidemic or a -3/-3 because I still have poison to finish some stuff off. And that wound up being a pretty reasonable sequence of blocks because I drew Aegis Wing Siphon Infiltrator, which I will want to go all in on. That'll give me a 17/14 Mobility 1 breakthrough creature. Alright, my opponent goes Matrix Warden to trade with the Infiltrator. Most likely. Yep. And then Electronet to trade with that guy. Seems pretty good. Just trades. I'm fine with that. We can trade, and then I can Aegis Wing up, and we've got a pretty strong dude that my opponent's got to deal with. I will be able to block for free on the Matrix Warden because my guy will have 4 armor, so I'll just eat the Matrix Warden up. I won't really be able to activate my Poison Coil. I mean, I'll activate it, but it won't really do anything. I guess my opponent is deciding, well, again, the game doesn't automatically battle for them because they technically could sacrifice a creature to the Sigmund Fraud. They could potentially be deciding here if they want to sacrifice that Matrix Warden. Okay. They decide not to sacrifice that Matrix Warden and instead just sacrifice themselves. I think I was in a really good spot that game. My opponent decided to concede. I actually feel like now my opponent just had some other stuff going on in their life, and they decided they couldn't play that game anymore because they took a little bit of extra time on the one turn and then conceded there. So maybe that's just what the case was. They just needed to get back to real life adventures. We can lead with a Poison Coil. Not bad. We can lead with a Sapien Infiltrator. Also not bad. I think I'm going to lead with Poison Coil. It's pretty likely our opponent figures out a way to deal with this here, but I think there's also a decent chance that it just gets some value. It's a pretty hard card to deal with. A lot of times you have to use 2 creatures to trade into it at the level 1. The level 1's pretty powerful, and the defender on a creature that gives poison means that the poison gets to stick around for a little bit longer because it will never just be an active card battling them. Maybe my opponent drew their Dire Hounds and then just immediately rage quit because they were like, wait a minute, I leveled Dire Hounds. What's going on? And we're upset to have still drawn it. So if we Matrix Ward in this and poison it, we'll take it out. So I think that's the play. It doesn't have the regen on it. So all we have to do is Matrix Ward in. Then I guess I will Technosmith, leveling Steel Welder or Grove Matriarch. Not sure what I'm going to level exactly, but we do want to take out my opponent's dude. That's fine. Doesn't play into Ordnance Captain. And we'll trade off Technosmiths. We'll level Steel Welder. I want to give this card an honest shot. We still have not activated it because the one time we played it resulted in a Nano Swarm from my opponent. Sipin Experimentation is good. It's obviously not great with Matrix Warden and Poison Coil. This looks like an Ordnance Captain, but that's not going to be enough. Yeah, these are still... It's still going to be a negative battle. I can take out my opponent's Ordnance Captain or Technome with Poison Coil. I also have Grove Huntress. An Ordnance Captain would also do some work for me. Yeah, I can Grove Huntress in 2 and then Ordnance Captain. Captain will positive battle. Poison Coil can finish off Captain, and I'll have a 7/4 as well as a 5/1. That seems reasonable. 7/4 is okay. We're not playing Experimentation here. I think Experimentation had a lot of different ways to go right, but there were also some awkward things. Giving either trigger on Matrix Warden would have been fine, but then, like, what am I doing with the other card? I'm just, like, putting attack on Poison Coil. That doesn't do anything for us. Alright, Epidemic. Really, really strong card that's going to kill off my Poison Coil and turn this into a trade for my opponent. Then they're also going to trade off Graveborn Gluttons. We're still ahead on board, obviously, but yeah, that card's really strong. So let's level Frostwild Tracker, and I'm going to level Matrix Warden as well. There are 2 kind of reasons to play Matrix Warden over Pterodon Mauler there. And one thing that I am keeping in mind is with Frostwild Tracker, you will want some under-leveled Utera creatures. It's a small point, but it definitely comes up. And Matrix Warden should be able to change the tide of whatever battles are going on here. It will be able to finish off that. And then I'm going to throw a Technosmith in front of that. I could also have Lotus here. Lotus would have been able to trade with both of these, but we wouldn't have known exactly where that was going to go. I'm going to level Lotus here. It's a strong enough card that I'm willing to level it up. Then we've got Grove Huntress to potentially change the tides of some battles here. Epidemic, obviously always brutal. Card is really nasty. Alright, and my opponent put the War Merchant on that. Right. So I guess we just put the first half of Grove Huntress here we pump up Technosmith, and then we're either going to pump it up a little bit more with Aegis Conscripts. That will make it survive as, so it'll take, it'll be a 4-8. It'll take 3 damage. It'll go to, or I'm sorry, not 4. It'll be an 8-5. It's the difference between an 8-5 and an 8-3. I guess they could put a level 1 Matrix Warden on it then. Because also just playing a Siphon Infiltrator is pretty good. Yeah, we'll play another Infiltrator. I think this gives us a stronger board than the other play. Next turn I'll be going Welder Mimic in the center lane, and then Ordnance Captain in 2. To kind of grow my fleet a little bit. Alright, that they are going to be able to shake off completely. And that goes up to 11. This is only +3 attacks, so they're going to be able to shake that off as well. Don't have any other plays, though, so this is what we're doing. Now my opponent's Onyxium cards are definitely getting stronger. This is going to be pretty powerful by the time my next turn rolls around, even still. Will Venom Fang be able to trade with it? No. Okay. This is tricky, then. Could, like, Aegis Wings to move over the Captain, and then give it another 2 armor, and then Venom Fang to finish off Allomancer. How much armor will it have, then? He's going to pump the Technosmith with that. So now I've got 2 cards that want to get Aegis Winged. I obviously can only do one of them. Yeah, I think we Aegis Wings, move over, activate Welder Mimic in 1, play Venom Fang in 2, Poisoning Ironbound Reinforcements, let these trade off. This will be a positive battle, and let these trade off, and then Ironbound Reinforcements will die. Yeah, I don't see any other plays. The other play would just be to try to go big on Steel Welder, but my opponent is leveling a lot of cards here, doing a lot of other shit, so... Oh, we could also activate here. This is already going to survive, and then we make Venom Fang survive as well. Right. Seems reasonable. This would have survived at like 7 attack, or 7 health, rather than 3. So, it's negligible, right? Yeah, it would have had 4 armor and 3 health. We'll see. One's not strictly better than the other one. Matrix Wardens are going to be good on the Venom Fang, though, so that's kind of good. Let's see what cards my opponent leveled up last turn. They played a Technosmith on a War Merchant. I don't know about that one. And then they activated the Allomancer on a Techno. Alright, well, their deck is definitely good, to say nothing else of it. And I don't just mean they drafted good cards, I mean they've leveled good cards. I'm not trying to say they're lucky, I'm saying that they, like, have been leveling well. So, for the next player level, things might get a little bit scary here. My opponent's rope has burned out, so we might have a 1-turn reprieve here. However, we've left ourselves with a board weak enough that level 1s are going to be able to trade off with everything we've got here. That was the hope, that my opponent put a level 2 creature in that spot. And now are they toteming or something? No, they are Ordnance Captaining for the trade. Alright. Grimgaunt Predator, I also did not see But that is a scary-ass card that we're going to have to deal with in a moment here. So let's pump up the Venom Fang. Take some damage here, and I'm just going to slap down another Matrix Warden. Alright, we drew Poison Coil again. What level 3s do we have in the deck? Grove Huntress is good. Ordnance Captain's good. Technosmith is interesting. I don't think that I have the means to win on this player level. But hopefully we can make something sweet happen here. Steel Welder Medic is going to try to eat this War Merchant. This gets to give... Oh, +8/+8. Oh! Is this new? I feel like this is new, to be able to also give +8 health. That's very interesting. Then, awkwardly enough, I have another Defender creature to put in front of War Merchant. That's a little awkward. But I think Poison Coil might be better enough than War Merchant that my opponent's going to have to replace before we do. Ordnance Captain is obviously sweet. Oh, it's not new at all? That's been on there forever? Okay. Maybe I've just never gotten a level 3 War Merchant. That's funny. I'm going to close my door real quick because my phone is ringing. Hello? Oh, yeah, no, sorry. We don't want any. All right, have a good day. Bye, go fuck yourself. All right, so what are we looking at here? We're looking at a whole bunch of bullshit. How much poison does this do? 3. This is quite the fucking creature over here, but our battlefield's also pretty strong. I think what's awkward is we don't really even have a spot to put the Lotus. I think we want to start getting poison on this Onyxium Marauder as soon as possible. We can't give enough armor on this to make that matter. So, what do we want to level? Bear or Lotus? Let's level Lotus, even so. We're going to put armor on Matrix Warden. We're going to play an Ordnance Captain. Gives us kind of a threatening board. And with just a Onyxium Marauder there. We'll be able to take this out in due time. We can Ironbound Reinforcements a Ghost Scale Cobra to give it even more poison. We don't even have to Ironbound Reinforcements this. I guess it just gives a flat 4 poison regardless. But we get to play it for free. So we're kind of growing wide while my opponent is growing tall. But as part of this grow wide strategy, we've got Grove Matriarch as well. We've got... I mean, this entire hand is really good. But it's going to mean that, like, my opponent's big threat, we're just going to be able to blank by... I mean, we can block it for 4 turns just with this one hand. We can block it with... Or I guess we can only block for 3 turns at a time. But we can just go Frostwild Tracker Ghost Scale in 3, and then post-battle Grove Matriarch in 3. And then we've blocked it for our next turn as well. So, doesn't really matter how much attack it has. Unless it starts moving around, it's not going to be that big of a threat. This is going to be a trade until my opponent Epidemics. Well, this is an actual Epidemic, because that really, really hurt. My opponent's going to get to level a bunch of cards now, so that's also unfortunate. We're just going to keep poisoning this, because a War Merchant is irrelevant. Let's go Frostwild Tracker. Ghost Scale to keep the poison train going. It'll have 10 poison. It's going to die eventually now. So it's effectively got 4 poison. I think Grove Matriarch will finish it off. Or at least get us pretty close to finishing it off. Need to draw some more level 2s to deal with. Allomancer. Stygian Lotus is not quite a level 2, even when combined with Ordnance Captain, or Ordnance Captain. And Aegis Wings is also unable to activate when my opponent's got an Onyxian Marauder with 34 attack out on the board. 5. So next turn it'll go up to 8. It'll take 10. And it'll take 1 from the seedling. So Onyxian Marauder's dead. Ding dong. Ding dong. So what else do we do now? We probably want to poison Grimgaunt Predator. We're also going to get to play Ordnance Captain, Stygian Lotus, fill the lanes, and completely trade off with what my opponent's doing. So, yeah, I think we want to put the poison on Grimgaunt Predator. We'll take 8 here. And then we will trade battlefields while I develop an Ordnance Captain. Alright, so Lotus up. Like an Aegis Wings, but it's not going to be enough. It's only going to be 14 here. So we'll go like this. We're not quite killing the Grimgaunt Predator here, but we're doing decent work of this battlefield right now. This is going to heal up to 11, so Matrix Warden will be able to take this out. Oh, Grimgaunt Predator is dead. Okay, so Grimgaunt's dead. That's good. As long as we don't get epidemicked here. Please no epidemic. One time. One time, baby. Leveling epidemic. That would make no sense. Their epidemic's already level 3. They level a Siphon Infiltrator with Abomination Art. That's an interesting play. And they pump that, and then they finally replace their dude. We figured they would have to eventually. Matrix Warden's going to make this a trade-off, and then what do we get to do? We stabilized, so we can breathe easy for a moment here. 3 poison. This will survive at 10 life. How much is 10 life? I guess we have to play Matrix Warden pre-combat. We could suit up the Tangle Sprout, though. Make it a 17-8. That's pretty much a Fangwood Bear. Yeah, my opponent out-leveled me on rank 1. My opponent played better cards than me and also leveled more cards than me. So they've definitely out-leveled me. Eventually I will get unlucky and they won't. I've been playing my level 3s. Yeah. So I'm not sure how we eventually break out of this game. But I think it starts with this. I didn't quite do the math on this, but I think they like almost trade, if not trade already with this activation. It's going to go down to 16 here. They'll battle. It'll go down to 5. I'll take 19 on my turn, and then on his turn, again, it will die. You got Venom Fang, Matrix Warden, Grove Huntress, and Steel Welder Medic, all in varying degrees to change the tides of battle here. I'm not giving up. We're going to make a big creature soon, too, that's going to have some good Aegis Wing spots. Another thing to keep in mind, we kind of want to keep lanes that aren't the center lane occupied. The center lane doesn't matter as much. We've got the one thing that we already discarded last turn, 1 Siphon Augmentation, as well as 2 Nexus Pilots, which I guess we've discarded all those cards. But, oh god, that really hurts. That really hurts. Epidemic is such a powerful card. Okay. Well, we can Venom Fang to finish off my opponent's board. That's pretty good, right? And then we have the choice between Steel Welder Medic or Grove Huntress. I think I'm going to go Steel Welder. And hope that that can get us something good. Obviously, Steel Welder isn't great against any of the cards in my opponent's deck, really. It's not good against... I wanted to say that it's not good against Epidemic, because additional armor doesn't really do that much for you against an Epidemic, but it also isn't good against Grimgone Predator. It's not good against Onyxium Marauder. There's a lot of stuff it's bad against, but I don't know. It was either that or a 15-14 Vanilla. That's unlucky. Grove Matriarch can go there and eat that up. That's pretty good too. Frostwild Tracker can go there and eat that up. So we'll go for the positive battles here. Not loving our spot. Do we want to put 8 damage on the creature that they are going to make? I am pretty sure we do. Oh, you know what? I think I actually am just going to put... No, I'm not. Changed my mind. We're going to go like this. We're going to hit them for 18. We're going to make a slightly more aggressive play. We're positive battling in the other 2 lanes. My opponent's going to have 1 big creature, and we're just going to try to answer it again with grow-wide strategies. We've got Grove Matriarch. We've got Lotuses. That's really it. But it is a new player level, so we've got Frostwild Tracker, 2 Grove Matriarchs in the deck, and Stygian Lotus, all for decent grow-wide strategies. My opponent is leveled probably double the cards that we have, so we have to try to get there on some synergies. That's going to be a positive battle for them. That's super, super unlucky that we weren't able to change that in time. And then they're going to make this a huge monster. We're going to go Ordnance Captain center lane. Then we're going to go Grove Huntress and pump... Or we're going to play Grove Huntress first. Grove Huntress is going to pump Ironbound Reinforcements. We're going to hope that getting in some damages here is going to pressure my opponent. We've got 3 creatures to their 2. That's probably still not enough. We're going to lose this guy. We're going to trade here. This will trade with whatever my opponent puts in front of it. This will trade. Then we're gonna hit them for 13 a few times. Matrix Warden can pump up that 13. Fucking Epidemic. Whoo! Epidemic's gonna change the tide of battle right here and make this a negative battle. They're just gonna eat this, take 3 from our plants. Ah, fucking Epidemic. Okay. We have to take 22 and 22 and lose the game. I mean, we just have to. It's our only play. Yep. Get to hit my opponent for, what, 13, 15 there? Yeah, 13. Well, get to make a little bit of a close game out of it, but no Lotus in this hand means that we are going to lose this. Our opponent, like, maybe has to trade with these 2 cards. I think that's pretty unlikely, though, too. I think they've probably got the best of us. Well, that is a positive battle with a Graveborn Glutton. That is no bueno. Especially considering the fact that we already have to block Onyxium Alloymancer twice, and then we're going to die to Graveborn Glutton attacking us on their turn. So, yeah, we could play this here, play something else there. Give a creature +6 attack, then if it has the highest attack. Okay. So we go Alloymancer, giving that, and then Aegis Wings on our opponent's card. And then we finish off here. Matrix Warden. Matrix Warden could have traded with this at one point in the center lane. I did not see that I could. I thought that this card was just out of range, and I didn't realize I could trade with Matrix Warden. This had some damage on it, I guess. Did it? It already had a lot of damage? I missed it. Sometimes I miss some things. Yeah, I can't go back and watch it or anything. And I think I could, but that would mess up my... recording of it here. Alright, yep. Maybe I just made a mistake. Sorry about that. But everybody makes mistakes sometimes. Everybody has those days, in the wise words of Hannah Montana. What you gotta do is just soldier on and not make mistakes in the next one. Harbinger of Spring from my opponent here. Let's play Fangwood Bear, Aegis Wings. If we decide we need to move over and eat the Harbinger of Springs, we will, but we aren't pressured to. We've got an Aegis Conscripts to pump it up even more so. We can also find other ways to trade with this Harbinger of Spring now. Corpulent Shambler, and so it looks like they're going to price my bear into... So now I could trade with that if I wanted to. Oh, and they're going to eat the Corpulent Shambler, pumping that into a 7/7. Alright, well that's a pretty sweet play from my opponent there. We can move the bear over to eat this zombie token. We can Aegis Conscripts to give this one additional armor, which means it will positive battle. We've got Poison Coil access. I like that. Then I guess we positive battle and then eat the Harbinger of Spring as well. And then just develop a Poison Coil. I'm going to take out... if my opponent just made... my opponent made Stingy Invocation and just laid out a bunch of bees. That would be pretty awkward. I think these bear plays work out for us well. Venom Fang is one of the only cards in the deck we have to protect Poison Coil. I mean, Matrix Warding kind of protects it as well. Bitterfrost Totem to finish off the bear. Seems fine. We've got Technosmith to finish off the Harbinger here. This is also a positive battle that they've got to deal with. They're going to put a Fellstrider, and Spawn is random lane, right? Yeah. So that might trade with Poison Coil. I guess they're also under the assumption that Venom Fang, or I'm sorry, Harbinger of Spring is going to grow off of that. So we could just poison this with Venom Fang and Poison Coil, and then it dies. I don't think I have to do that. I think I can just Technosmith here. Yeah, I guess what's awkward is the Venom Fang trigger would be irrelevant. So if I just Technosmith and then Grove Matriarch, I can't actually just poison this to finish it off. It'll get +2/+2. Alright, so let's just play Venom Fang. We'll just throw the poison here, even though it's irrelevant. I guess it's not completely irrelevant. Now if my opponent pumps their creature, they don't save it. And then we'll level Grove Matriarch over Nexus Pilot. That's questionable too. Alright, I'm gonna go grab a drink of water real quick. I will be right back. Alrighty, dudes, what did I miss? Looks like not much. My opponent is still taking their turn, and looks like we're going to pretty much trade battlefields here, though Sipin experimentation. The armor's bound to be... Oh, I need a drink this. Just doing too much talking there without getting any water in my system. I'm just going to level 2 big creatures. We'll just level 2 infiltrators. And otherwise trade off boards. This will be fine. This guy played 2 corpse crawlers now. I guess my opponent is all in on Spring Harbinger and corpse crawler. He kind of has an old school style Necria Mutera draft where you just had infinite ways to like make 1/1s. Because Grove Matriarch and Death's Shadow, is that what this card's called? Death Seeker. Death Seeker are all from Alpha. My opponent plays a Harbinger of Spring here. So if I kill the Death Seeker first, the Harbinger of Spring is going to get +3/+3. I can just Ironbound Reinforcements it right now. And then I think I play another Siphon Infiltrator open lane. And I can Ironbound Reinforcements, and I think I just trade off this Corpse Crawler here. It seems fine. It saves me 24 damage. Yeah, 24 damage is a reasonable amount to save myself from. I'm gonna play this guy side lane. I will want to draw a level 1 creature to place here next turn. Matrix Warden and Uterodon Mauler both will do, and then I can Technosmith leveling Siphon Augmentation. I do also have Matrix Warden for the Infiltrator here. Or I could Matrix Warden this 7/7 Treefolk. That doesn't seem as fruitful to me, though, so I probably won't make that play anymore. I will definitely be watching our round 3 game again. I thought it was a really good game, even though I did ultimately lose in the end. It was a pretty intense battle there. Just checking, do we have Nexus Pilots in the deck? We don't. Let's go like this. It was a pretty good battle, and definitely could have gone either way. So, Yeah, a little unfortunate if I lost it because of a play mistake. That might not have mattered either, but still unfortunate. So here we got a weird thing going on where Grove Huntress and Aegis Wings both save our Technosmith. But then we also have a Siphon Infiltrator that we'd want to play instead. How many level 1s do we have in the deck still? Yeah, that kind of counts as a level 1. That can positive battle it pretty well. That can positive battle it pretty well, but we don't want Poison Coil in the center lane. Yeah, I think we're dodging here. This gives us much beefier creatures. My opponent hasn't drawn super well on this player level. Venom Fang can finish off the Swamp Moss Lurker, and then I can put Poison Coil in 2, Venom Fang in 1, eating this zombie token. And yeah, that looks pretty strong. There was some other, like I could have even put the Grove Huntress. Is that what it's called? Grove Huntress? Yeah. I also could put the Grove Huntress in 3, pumping this again, but I think leveling Siphon Infiltrator will be strong for us as well. I wasn't sure if that was a Seedling Chump Block or if we were going to see an awkward Corpse Crawler. We could still see an awkward Corpse Crawler that crawls in, sacrificing the zombie post-combat here, maybe. Alright, we get to eat that for almost free. So, I'll take that offer and eat that rather than come over here and eat the Swamp Moss Lurker. We'll just go Venom Fang, killing off Swamp Moss, Poison Coil, open lane. Just like I drew it out, and we will battle. And we'll end turn. Though we might move him over, especially if we draw the free spell, whatever that's called. Siphon Augmentation, as opposed to Siphon Experimentation. Or Infiltration. Alright, that is a level 2, and that's going to trade off. Yeah, 13 versus 11. Then we have an Infiltrator, and I think I just, like, start putting armor on a non-active Infiltrator because that's eventually going to be a big creature. I mean, I don't think many people are going to argue with that. It makes a 17-18. That's pretty strong. And, yeah, we'll just be looking to draw Matrix Warden, Augmentation. This is a +4/+4, so that does activate it already. Yeah, +4/+4 is enough, and then my opponent has a Torrent Soldier to trade off with here. The bees are coming. The bees! And we've got no activation for Poison Coil here. Just gonna do it up like I drew it up. Aegis Wings seems pretty good there. We'll have a Breakthrough Mobility Armor 8 Duder. My opponent has otherwise been pretty good at trading off the board. I guess I should have played Aegis Conscripts in the side lane for a few reasons. Ordnance Captain and also the mobility on Siphon Infiltrator. There was no reason to put it here, I don't think, other than it let me maybe end the turn quicker or something. Yeah, we were going to not get poisoned. Oh, and then trample over for 20. So we're going to hit them for 26 here, too. I forgot about the breakthrough part. Even though that's a pretty big part of the card. Just kind of forgot about it. And then we'll have another Matrix Warden for the other one. This is going to finish our opponent off in pretty short order here, I think. And speaking of order, Ordnance Captain might even replace Poison Coil here. That's... okay, so we are playing the game here for another minute. That's sweet. Yeah, because otherwise I think the game was actually just over. Yeah, we're gonna Matrix Warden and Ordnance Captain. That's gonna hit him for a bunch of damages. This trades off, but it's also gonna hit them for 18, while we also hit them for 17. So that's a lot of damage being done. It's 310. I don't know, probably just keep playing Solforge. My opponent uses a Bitter Frost Totem on a non-active creature. It's not gonna help them. Not that I think much would have helped them that game, though. If they used the Bitter Frost Totem on the active creature, they would have survived this combat. They would have died on my turn, though. Alright, that's for 3 wins in 4 games played, which means we are currently 3-1 in the draft. We are halfway done. Halfway there. About 4 more games to go. Fingers crossed. You know what I might do if I lose this draft with... If I lose this game, then I think I'm going to switch to playing some Magic the Gathering. If I win this game... Oh, Holy Ghost, there's a lot riding on it, dude. If I win this game, then I'll finish up this draft. Though, I definitely want to get some Magic the Gathering in while the Vintage Cube is online. My plan for Magic, I think, is to try a little something where I am... sure. Oh, I could have positive battled with you, Pterodon Mauler, there. Yeah, that was a mistake. That was a mistake, eh? Oh well, hopefully that doesn't bite us in the butt here. Alright, well I can save that with Grove Huntress, turn that into a positive battle. So that one's good. And it's gonna trade with another Matrix Warden, looks like. I kind of forget what I was just talking about. I think I was saying that Holy Ghost is a good player, and so there's a chance that he will be able to beat me. Oh, no. What I was saying is that what I'd like to start doing, I think, and the mix of the audiences might be a little bit weird. We've got Aegis Wings, but I don't really see a great place to put it. I mean, I'll have an answer for the Aloyam answer. I still have 3 bears in my deck, as well as a Matrix Warden, a Siphon Infiltrator, and an Ordnance Captain, and a Venom Fang. Guess I could leave this around. What does that mean I'm doing? I'm playing Aegis Wings and Frostwild Tracker. It's not that threatening, though. Maybe I'll just save Aegis Wings, play Steel Welder, which is a positive battle. Frostwild Tracker, but I also don't have to use Steel Welder. Alright, so I'll save Steel Welder, and Oh, I should have just played Nexus Pilot. Alright. Alright. Not playing super hot this game. I've missed up on the opportunity to level some beefier cards that I think could have potentially put my opponent in a more awkward position this game. It's a trade, so that's fine. My opponent has leveled more cards than I have. I guess that would have blown me out a little bit. So that's fine, not too upset. I can Technosmith and give it an armor and then Fangwood Bear for a positive battle. So let's do that, level up a bunch of bears here. So anyways, what I was getting at was what I think I'd like to start doing, and I know, Hergrata, you don't play Magic the Gathering. So part of the problem with Magic the Gathering Online, I love the game Magic, it's a really good game, but part of the problem with it that I found when I was trying to stream it the other night is you finish your round and then sometimes you've got to wait around for 5 to 20 minutes while you wait for the next game to start, which means that you really want another game that you can play while you are in the queue. So for that other game, I was thinking, now some people just play more Magic the Gathering while they're in the queue. Some people play Hearthstone, and while Hearthstone is like everybody understands it and knows what's going on, and it's also really similar to Magic, I don't think that's what I want to do. I think what I want to do is play Solforge while I'm in the queue, which might mean that I'm playing more Solforge, it might mean that I'm playing less Solforge ultimately, but it could also mean that more people find out about Solforge, which I think is good. I can give this +3/+3 to positive battle. This just needs plus attack. 2 armor. You can put the 2 armor on the Roaming War Club, but that doesn't really mean anything. So it's about how much do I value leveling Siphon Infiltrator. I don't think I value it that much. Let's pump this up and give the armor over there. Yeah. This pretty much means all of my cards can be traded off with level 1 creatures right now. We're going to give this armor so it doesn't just die to Raptor. Oh, this dies to Raptor. I guess I didn't have to worry about having Raptor food then. I'm going to have Raptor food regardless here. You can just play a Raptor in... Oh, but he didn't level a Raptor. He played the Raptor on that turn. Alright, I'm trading with level 2s. That's pretty good. It's about as much as you can ask for when you positive battle. We're just going to leave this stick around here. It's actually a little bit annoying that it does, but that's fine. Let's play Bear, and let's play Technosmith, leveling Ordnance Captain. Hit my opponent for 15. We're slowly chugging away here. Slowly chugging away at their life total. Venom Fang can deal with the alpha if we have nothing else to deal with. Probably be the play. Though, Venom Fang, I think, is pretty likely to be able to, yeah, like, finish off Technosmith there. Well, I guess Venom Fang's going to trade with both, because otherwise we're out of lanes. Unless we Siphon Experimentation. My opponent just ranked up. So it doesn't have too much utility. I could just level up a Fangwood Bear, get a 16/16. Seems just a little bit better. Just going to continue to grow wide here. Growing wide while having some combat tricks means that we'll continue to hit my opponent for damage over time. So it winds up being pretty reasonable. If my opponent just plays level 3s, that puts us in kind of an awkward spot. They're going to trade here, so I guess Welder Mimic will go here. We'll hit my opponent for 17, and then I'll play Fangwood Bear in the open lane. Leave lane 3 for a level 1 creature. We're doing pretty good at keeping the pressure on our opponent, though. Like, now they want to block these 2 creatures, and then we've got these 2. We can Sypian Experimentation to kind of go all in. Ooh, that was a pretty good Aether Wolves. My opponent took a little bit of a gamble there. It definitely paid off for them. Let's Experimentation. Alright, that got both of the triggers. That's fine. And let's trade these off right now. By playing Uterra on Mauler. We've got a pretty solid creature, though. We've got an 18-19. That's going to rumble with a few of the options my opponent has, and then we've got a 16-17. So both of these probably have to trade with things. Grove Huntress is unlikely to be able to turn the tide of battle, but if my opponent has to make any double block trades here... Alright, so that's a trade in 2, and that is a positive battle. Well, that's unfortunate. We can positive battle with Fangwood Bear, then play a Frostwild Tracker and a Ghost Scale Cobra? I don't see any other plays. Yeah. I can also do Grove Huntress. I don't think it's likely to be too relevant. This does give our opponent some raptor food. There weren't any good Ordnance Captain plays. Ghost Scale Cobra is still fine. It's negated by armor, obviously, but can still put some work in. Aegis Wings is not going to trigger because my opponent has a big Forge Guardian Alpha on the battlefield. This hand is also pretty terrible because both of our Matrix Wardens, all 3 of our Matrix Wardens, and our Venom Fang were not drawn this player level, which, you know, it's going to happen. We can't get super lucky. My opponent goes opposite ways on the Raptor food to ensure that they get to I guess it doesn't really matter for them. Nothing we can do to save this. Nothing we can do to save anything. So I guess my opponent played the best around Bramble Axe Warrior. I'm going to Siphon Augmentation because I don't really have any plays, and then I'm going to Bramble Axe Warrior just to get in some points of damage. It's only 9 points of damage. Obviously, this isn't too threatening of a board state here, but we still had things like Matrix Warden in the deck that could have turned the Bramble Axe Warrior into lethal. My opponent is kind of priced into always trying to block my cards. Let's use +3 attack. Right, that trades off. So I guess +3 attack isn't enough to make this Lotus do anything here. What does this do? +6 attack and +6 armor. Well, while the +6 attack is nice, the +6 armor doesn't do squat. And I don't want to Ordnance Captain because then I am then I'm trading the bear off with Forge Guardian Alpha. So I guess I battle, I Lotus. If I get an extra Lotus, that's reasonable. I should have played it pre-combat so that I had slightly better odds to... Or I should have played the bear first so that I had slightly better odds to hit the Lotus here, but that wouldn't have actually done anything for me. We are hoping that this 21-21 can kind of go the distance for us a little bit. And then we'll also play these guys and hope to make something out of that. Unfortunately, we can't play the Grove Huntress to trade off with the Technosmith and power up the bear. So we're just going to play both of these cards pre-combat. Not worry about my opponent's 15-10. We will deal with this. I mean, both of these cards would have dealt with it, but we'll deal with it later. Matrix Warden is a great, great card to deal with it. My opponent will have to trade off something here. And hopefully one of these two creatures will go unblocked and we'll be able to give it +20/+20. That's our avenue to victory here. Alright, Nexus Pilot there, and then a Matrix Warden pumping Nexus Pilot. We will play 2 Matrix Wardens on our Grove Huntress and hit my opponent for 31. Spot the lethal. And we'll battle. That was a really good game, Holy Ghost. Yeah, you leveled, and I think... I don't know. That was tricky. I just kind of played big monsters, and I did make some misplays, but I just had a lot of Matrix Wardens and Grove Huntresses in the deck that allowed me to continually influence battle. I think that game's a perfect example of why Matrix Warden's so good. He was able to come down on player level 2. Like, I leveled them all on player level 1, and then on player level 2, they were able to continually come down, influence battle in my favor. On level 3, I didn't draw them, so I fell behind a little bit, but not far enough behind that I wasn't able to make some plays that got me ahead on board. And then my opponent's life total was so low because of player level 2, and because of the breakthrough, that he had to block a few times. And when your opponent is put into a position where they have to block, that means that all of your battle tricks just become so much more powerful. Like Matrix Warden to just pump itself or to pump a non-active creature isn't as strong as Matrix Warden gobbling up your opponent's play that they thought they had calculated as like a trade or a positive battle, and then you play Matrix Warden and turn a trade into a chump block or a positive battle into a trade. And yeah, both of those things are pretty strong. We can Fangwood Bear, Aegis Conscripts to trade with Nexus Overwatch. What do they level here? Pummel Pack. Yikes. Pummel Pack is real good. We could just bear up, and then we are hoping to draw Pterodon Mauler, Nexus Pilot, Matrix Warden, or Grove Huntress. Let's do this and this. This lets us draw Nexus Pilot, Overwatch guy. Though we also have the option now of Nexus Pilot, Aegis Wings, Nexus Pilot, Scypian Experimentation. Alright, my opponent goes for the Justicar for the trade and then turns it into a positive battle with Aegis Wings. So either half of Experimentation landing here is pretty good, right? Yeah, either half is good. So I could even just Experimentation before I play Pilot. But either half here is also good. The problem is that We really need one of the halves to show up right here. Though if one of the halves doesn't show up right here, if they both just go on the bear, then we can Aegis Wings the bear and eat this for free. But that's only good if both halves go on the bear. If one of them goes here... Oh, or we want them both to go here. Alright, let's play it before we play Pilot. Yeah, because both here is also really good. That turns that into a positive battle for us. We can no longer Aegis... I guess we could have Aegis Wings this pre-combat. I will just... I'll just Aegis Wings now. On here. Yeah, Aegis Wings still seems good. Look at me. Look at me. I am the captain now. So we got a big bear suited up right here. That is pretty beefy. We've got a 14-12 on 1.2. And I'm happy about that. Alright, my opponent is going to trade off, most likely. Unless they've got some more things waiting in the wings. Yeah, and then they're going to pump that up. Alrighty, so Bear doesn't really want to go over there now. He doesn't really want to do that. He can. And we eat this pretty much for free. Which would allow me to develop a Poison Coil and... I guess develop a Grove Matriarch? The other play is just Grove Matriarch, Poison Coil... It'll take 5, then we could just have to Poison Coil it. What do we want to pressure? Our opponent's life total? Or the board? I also don't love getting rid of their center lane creature immediately. Let's do something crazy. Let's do like this. Is this crazy? 17-12? I think it might just be crazy enough to work. How does that sound? This looks good. We just... Yeah. I was just going to say, we just make a big Dendrify target for my opponent. But... Big Dendrify target is still a pretty big game. So I can Technosmith, Level Scythian, Infiltrator, Matrix Warden this, and Poison here, and then our Poison Coil will survive. They'll have to use something on this. Yeah, we did good by not killing the thing in the center lane, though. That meant that our opponent had nowhere to put center lane cards. I'm going to dodge in case they Aegis Wings. And then just go like this. So right now our Poison Coil is set up to positive battle. They have to Aegis Wings, which I think they already want to do, just to take out Poison Coil. Aegis Wings on Poison Coil, while not like exactly a thing, is still kind of cool. Oh right, they had Pummel Pack, not Aegis Wings. And then they play a secondary Nexus Overwatch. This is 16. We could take this out with Matrix Warden. We could Aegis Wings our Tree Folk. Hit them for 13. Maybe some more. But how else are we dealing with this 11 health creature if not for a Matrix Warden? So do we Aegis Wings this plant, which makes a 13-11, or do we play Poison Coil? I feel like Poison Coil is also going to give my opponent a headache. So let's do that. Trade here. Poison Coil it is. And then Technosmith, Matrix Warden's good with Poison Coil, as we found out this draft. Alright, that's going to survive with 8, so we will have to trade that off with a Technosmith. Then I guess we'll poison my opponent's center lane creature. Short. Trade off Technosmiths here. It's Level Grove Matriarch, and let's get in for 6 points of damage. Alright, we drew another Experimentation. Experimentation is obviously worse when Poison Coil's on the field. Though, putting some stats on Poison Coil, right, it's not going to be that bad for us either. Alright, that looks pretty good. I think we can Experimentation pre-bear here. We don't really want it to go on this Matrix Warden. We can finish off this guy otherwise. Yeah, we want to actually bear first. Experiment. Alright, we got armor here, which is good. This will now positive battle. We made a big bear, and then we'll poison this to finish it off. Cool. Foxhole also just announced this Weekend Warrior for this weekend. Ooh, they go with the Ursine Strength, which is going to make that a... Interesting. So we can finish this off with Poison. We'll take 14, but that's fine. And then we're going to rank up, so I do actually just want a positive battle here. And then let's Matrix Warden to hit them for 21. I could have just dodged, I guess. My opponent's health is so low that maybe dodging was just right, because now they could play, like, a battle trick of their own. No, looks like that's just... Oh, no, that's going to kill the Infiltrator, and then they're going to put something else on the bears. Oh, no, they're going to put an Ursine Strength there. Alright, well, that's unfortunate then, I guess, a little bit. Oh, but these get to both hit them. Oh, so we've got lethal. Okie dokie. Cool beans. That makes us 4-1? 5-1, I think? Yeah, alright. So we are 5-1. Very cool. So, let's finish it off. I'm just going to take one last look at the deck here for those of you guys just joining us. I didn't think the deck was too strong, but it's gotten us this far. Let's see if it can take us to the home stretch here. Going 7-1 is actually the perfect record to go in draft, because that also means you get your 8 games played daily. Sometimes you go 7-0 in the draft, and then it's like, oh god, I gotta play another game here just to finish up my daily quests. So unlucky. So unlucky. Alright. Lehenk. Let's battle. Lehenk? I don't know. I don't know how you'd say that. Alright, we can pilot up, or we can Infiltrator. I'm gonna go with Infiltrator. He hasn't done us wrong so far. He's a pretty solid dude. So let's ride the Infiltrator wave. Aegis Wings is a pretty sweet one. Works much better with Infiltrator than it does with Nexus Pilot. Oh shit. We gotta shut this guy down. That's no bueno. Oh, that is no bueno. Give a creature -4 attack. Well, that doesn't really scream, hey, play your Aegis Wings. Now does it? Oh gosh, how do we deal with this? How do we begin to deal with something like this? That's really good. We're going to need Matrix Warden's help. Is it worth putting 1 damage on it? No, it's not. Alright, let's do this, and then let's play a bear. Maybe it was worth putting 1 damage on it. I don't know how I'm going to deal with this thing otherwise. Like, I can... Alright, I guess Ghost Scale Cobra's a start. But I would have to Ghost Scale and then either Grove Huntress or Matrix Warden, just so that this gets to use its ability. Alright, well that's going to help. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, what a combo for my opponent. Onyxium Phantasm plus the Gloom Reaper Witch. Gloom Reaper Witch. And a trade with that witch as well. Wowie zowie. Alright. Fangwood Bear with an armor on it gets to deal 2 damage to it twice. Now, I think we have to Ghost Scale Cobra. That's going to effectively remove the armor from it. And it means that we're also going to have to put the Grove Hunt or a Matrix Warden or a Grove Huntress on it. I'm going to go Matrix Warden. It's just slightly more damage, and the damage is like barely going to be permanent. No, the damage, yeah, it's barely going to stick on there. All right, well, we don't have any other play. We've got to try to take out my opponent's creature, because otherwise we're not getting anywhere on board. When we get to the next player level, we will have ways to answer it. We will have big Matrix Wardens and Ironbound Reinforcements, as well as just having level 2 creatures. So on our turn, this is going to have 8. So we could Technosmith Matrix Warden it. That'll deal with it. Alright, then my opponent plays a dog. I feel like they're gonna eat that. Alright, so this is an actual 8. So let's take it out, right? Yeah, let's take it out. Technosmith, level tracker, Matrix Warden, finish off your dude. We're not that far behind on board right now. Everything that my opponent has played so far will trade with the bear. Where we are far behind is we leveled a Ghost Scale Cobra. This card doesn't do shit. Luckily, we've got Technosmith, Ironbound Reinforcements, both the solid plays here. My opponent is going to eat my bear with an Overwatch and then play a Technosmith. Let's just go through the player level and see all of the crazy cards now that my opponent has leveled. Turn 2, they leveled a Technome, which is good. Turn 3, they leveled a Technome, and they played a Direhound, so their deck's smaller, even. Not great. Then they leveled a Matrix Warden and played a Technome leveling. Looks like they are still deciding what they want to level with that Technome there. They decide to level a Tower Scout. Alright. We definitely got a game going here. 4. Meh. Alright. Let's just go like this. Level Fangwood Bear. Got Frostwild Tracker with nothing to track upon. We're hoping our opponent blocks both of our non-active creatures with level 2s. That would be insane for us. It would mean that we'd get to Matrix Warden both of our creatures, unless, of course, our opponent is also just dealing in Technosmiths. We'd get to Matrix Warden both of our creatures, which will let them trade with whatever is across from them. The only thing we don't want to see is some Necrium Shrink effects. Maybe another dog. That'd be pretty good. Another dog trades with our whole board. Frostwild Tracker with nothing to track is pretty unlucky, as is Onyxium Phantasm. -8 attack is going to be a lot to deal with. And what are they Ironbound pumping? They're pumping the Phantasm itself. So I feel like I kind of want to go all in on a creature that can battle this Phantasm. Yeah, let's do it. Now or never. Matrix Warden up. They can give this -8 attack, in which case it will deal 10 to my opponent. And then I'm going to need another 4 to finish it off. Oh, this is not Utera creatures. Right-o. I forgot about that. I played with Bramblewood Tracker too much that I forgot that this guy just lets you play an additional level 1 creature. It doesn't care what level the creature is. Would have had to do some math for that. I hope they don't just dodge. I think they're just going to positive battle here. If they dodge, that's pretty bad. Okay. Because now we have to dodge as well. I can't take this out. I guess I have to try. Oh, I can take it out, can't I? If I block it with a Fangwood Bear, what does that put it to? Puts it down to 8. I can't. Alright. Man. Yeah, I still think I maybe want to try to put some damage on that. I'm not sure. This is kind of falling apart here. And I still don't have any ways to deal with that. That's gonna end the game for me. Yeah, I had all the Matrix Wardens to try to deal with it in my deck. Yeah, I still can't answer this. Alright, well, I just have to trade off with all of my opponent's other cards as much as I can. And if I can not die, which even that seems unlikely at this point, my opponent gets to shrink this, yeah, to eat here. Get to almost trade off boards. Oh no, I get to trade off boards here. But this is an unactive. So even Fangwood Bear Aegis Wings is not enough. Whew. Yeah, this is really unfortunate. Well, if I try to battle on their turn, they're just going to shrink whatever I play anyways. Like, if I keep a creature around, it just gets shrunk, and I can only keep around one creature. I could go Bear here, and then, like, you tear it on Muller here, but that doesn't do shit. So I think what I do is I go Bear, just keep putting some damage on it, preserving my life total, pump the Bear. It's at 5 right now, it'll be at 9 on my turn, which means I can take it out with a level 1 Bear. Yeah, I definitely drew my Matrix Wardens too early, but I think I can make this work nonetheless. Another Aegis Wings is going to put it up to 11 health, which means I will have to use the level 2 Bear, or sorry, the level 3 Bear. We're not dead. I mean, my opponent has a play they can make next turn, which kills us. If they just open lane 2 creatures and don't worry about our bears. They might worry about our bears, though. And there goes our Lotus, too, which unfortunately we drew too early. Which kind of sucks. Yeah, we need our opponent to block. We also need the Lotus still in the deck. I think they might block here. It's a bad play to block because they have enough life totals. Though if they draw a bad hand, blocking is good. If they draw 2 level 1 creatures... I mean, look, these guys both have 1 health. If you draw a bad hand, blocking seems pretty reasonable, even if I'm at 9. They'd have to play 2 level 2s anyways. Oh, that's just going to kill us? Yep, that's lethal. Alright, well, that puts us 5-2 in the draft. It is 340 here. I don't think I'm going to be able to finish another draft game. So... but I don't think I can finish a Magic Online draft either. I don't think I've got enough time for that, though I'm not sure exactly how much time that takes. So... yeah, let's just do another Solforge draft. We might not complete it, but we'll hop in the queue. Anyways, and grab a Ceaseless Grimgaunt. This card, while being powerful enough in Constructed to make people write rage threads on Reddit, I don't think is strong enough in Draft, just because I'm going to have to take other creatures. Spitesower Acolyte has been pretty good for us, and Ferocious Roar is really strong, but I think Borean Windweaver is kind of the nuts. It's one of the most powerful heroics. Ironically, I didn't take this in a Mono Tempest faction draft, but that was because Hellforged Avatar in faction draft seems pretty good. Cacklebones, you don't want to touch in draft. You just don't want to touch it. You barely want to touch it in Constructed. And this is like a Constructed kind of toolbox card, but not powerful. We're going to take Borean Windweaver here, and I think we can definitely make something work. Razortooth Stalker locks us, or doesn't lock us into another faction, but it is just the most powerful card. I don't know if I care what I want the other faction to be. We are going to have to choose one of these two, though. I think in general, Tempest Utera winds up being pretty strong, but stuff like Vyrix Embrace, Blightskull Phantasm is pretty good out of Necreum, too. We'll take Blightskull just because it's the most powerful card in the pack, and we'll see what we can make happen. I guess we'll take the Bizarak Drake. It is Allied Tempest, and we've got a mobility theme going on. Even with the mobility theme, I think I still want to take I still want to take Graveborn Glutton. I think Graveborn Glutton is just more powerful, but mobility theme is really interesting to note. It means that, like, Windborn Hellion, if we can find one, is going to be really strong. So is Emberwind Invoker. There's a lot of really powerful mobility synergy if we can make that happen. Blazing Hostility is really good if you can get the trigger. It's just a solid stat line, 6, 9, 20. Each 20 can take out anything, and then it can also take out your opponent as well. So we'll pick that up. We might want one Flame Rift Instigator. I just passed up on the 5/8 Defender. Don't think I want any of the other cards. Flame Jet seems fine, but so is Flame Rift. So we'll take Flame Rift, and I'm going to take a Warbringer Uranti here over the other options. This guy's kind of neat, but we're going to take a card that is going to potentially affect battle. Howl of Zith is cute. Uranti Elementalist comes up sometimes, though, so we'll take it. Okay, well, everybody's been talking all this stuff on Bitterfrost Totem, so I think I'm going to take it here, and psych, we are grabbing Epidemic. That card's insane. Borean Stormweaver... Yeah. Shurian Mystic's real good. None of the other cards are as good. Borean Stormweaver's just insane. Razortooth Stalker, also pretty good. Ooh. Well, that's neat. um, Arcworm is neat, but Contagion Lord, though. We only have one Abomination, but still Contagion Lord. I think it has to be Contagion Lord over this random mobility thing. This card's good, though. Like, these stats are really solid. This stat isn't as great, but at that point, you're just using him to get in 17 points of damage. Maybe more. I've never played with Arcworm. Oh, and he's sweet with Windweaver as well. Huh. You know, I kind of want to try out Arcworm. Contagion Lord is such a sweet card. We're only halfway through the draft. We're gonna get more Abominations. But let's go for it. Let's go all in mobility. I think we're gonna get more sweet mobility stuff. Alright, well, Wildfire Maiden isn't mobility, but it's still a pretty strong card. Warbringer Garanti is a good card and works with Wildfire Maiden. Could grab an Avalanche Guardian here. I think we just want to grab ourselves a Grave Pact. It's going to be able to answer a lot of the weird stuff that we get put through, so we'll grab a Grave Pact here. Can grab another Arcworm. Yeah, let's do it up. Arcworm draft, baby. Corpulent Shambler is really good. This deck kind of feels like it wants a Flame Lance, though, to me. Yeah, this is a Flame Lance deck. Dreadbolt is real good as well. The reason I took the Flame Lance is because we've got two Razortooth Stalkers. So just being able to kill my opponent's stuff, I think, is going to be good. Flame Jet can also kill my opponent's stuff, but we've got the chance to take a sweet mobility card here. This is Negate Defender from all of your creatures. This is Formation, make them discard a card. Corpse Crawler I actually don't think is bad in this deck. I think I'm going to take... Oh, this guy's got good stats, too. From each creature. So it's a drawback. I think I'm going to take Sparkstone. I think this guy's solid. Yeah, I think it's good. Card at random could really fuck him up, though, too. Now, let's take Necroplasm. We'll make that work every once in a while. Spectral Rider is when a friendly creature is destroyed, it gets +1/+1. But he kind of scales off into the late game. The level 3 isn't great. Take a Vyrix Embrace. Could just grab a Rot Wanderer so we've got answers to random things. Or we could take a Trial by Combat. Which I believe has Overload, right? Oh, it doesn't have Overload? Huh. It does get Razortooth Stalkers through. I think Rot Wanderer, there's a chance that this is actually the pick here, but as evidenced by the fact that I didn't actually know what this card does, I have not gotten the opportunity to play with it before. I'm not even sure if I own any. Alright, I own 4, but just because I've opened up enough packs and stuff. So, yeah, I think I'm going to take Trial by Combat. I think it will work with some of the stuff we got going on in our deck. It can also be just used as a give a creature +3 attack. But you can also give a creature +3 attack, have it fight what's across from it, and then move the creature, or some weird things like that. So, I'm going to take that. I don't think we need Uranti Elementalist. This was the card I was thinking of. Fit of Rage. This is the one that is a good damage push with mobility.
I like it. Do I like it more than having access to a Rotwander? You know, I think I do, because we've got Grave Pact, we've got Dreadbolt, we've got Epidemic. I think we're going to be okay, though Epidemic Rotwander is a combo. Let's take a Fit of Rage, and that might just be a huge damage push late game. I will take a Stone Fist Giant as well. It's still good on an empty board. Still a solid card. Alright, this is like moment of truth. Cragwalker or Volcanic Giant? You know, I actually think this is a Cragwalker deck. I don't really prioritize leveling Volcanic Giant that much, so it kind of becomes an underdrop, which Cragwalker's better at, and it's got the mobility themes. So that could actually do some work for us. Corpulent Shambler is really good. Blight Skull's really good. I think I'm just going to take Wind Primordial. This is Nuggum, yeah. I'm just going to take a mobility card, and we're just going to try to get as much damage as we can in throughout the course of the game. There's another Sparkstone to go along with the Avalanche Guardian. We could just take Avalanche Guardian. By that I mean we do have 2 cards that work with Defender already, Flame Rift Instigator and the other Sparkstone. I think I grabbed a Sparkstone Elemental. Never mind. Looks like I didn't grab a Sparkstone Elemental. But I want to grab a Shurian Mystic here. I think it's just a little bit more aggressive, and when you have a bunch of effects like that, it'll come in handy. I'm going to grab a Flamestoke. Haven't played with him in a while. He's a lot of fun. He can do a lot of powerful things. We grab another Warbringer Uranti, which I think will make 3 or 4. It'll make 3. Or I can grab a Stone Fist Giant as just a good, real good priority level. Or I can grab a Firemane Steed. I'm not going to do that, even though it works with all the mobility. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5, or 5.5, 6.5, 7, 8. I think we want more priority levels here. Warbringer Uranti is really good. But maybe we just want the deck to be more aggressive. I'm shit at playing aggro anyways. Abandoned Ship, Stone Fist Giant, and then I think I will take the Gloom Reaper Witch as a way to deal with, like, Defenders, Uranti Storm Shaper, and Living Hive. And let's go for it. So, trying the Arcworms out a little bit in terms of playing some more mobility stuff. We didn't go too crazy all in on them. It just turns out like mobility cards are already kind of good. But yeah, it'll be a different kind of thing. There's kind of, I mean, you can either play cards that deal your opponent damage, or play cards that play for the board a little bit more. And both of those effects wind up being okay. And I just generally don't go for these ones, the Arcworm type effects. But I think they're good as well. Maybe we should have just grabbed more Wildfire Maidens, or more Warbringer Urantis to go along with our Wildfire Maiden. That's also kind of sweet. Here... Right, so this guy really wants to move. This wants to activate something and move. Alright, so I think I just go like this. And I want to activate like a Razortooth Stalker here. Borean Windweaver opens up a lot of potential plays. So does Epidemic and Borean Stormweaver. Alright, so we got some plays here. Alright, Alright, well, Arcworm and this will trade. There's a lot of different plays that can be made here. Borean Stormweaver doesn't look great. At the same time, it's probably still good. Can make some really weird plays with Stormweaver, Arcworm. Alright, my opponent's deck is also aggressive. Yeah, Mongo Smash, that was the exact play that I was considering. Borean Windweaver in 2, move this over once, move Shaman over, put Stalker in 5, and then activate it. Though, that kind of traps Stalker into the side lane with the Flamestoke Shaman pinning it. But it lets us deal 4 more damage. Borean Windweaver also positive battles here. That's gotta be better. Yeah, I like the Windweaver positive battle, actually. So if we go Windweaver, positive battle, this can still jump over and trade. And then do we want to move this? Yeah, it's 2 more points of damage. We've got a really aggressive board state here now. Oh, I could have also done some weird stuff where you can, like, activate the Windweaver. No, I couldn't really. I was thinking like, ooh, we have Blazing Hostility against a Necreum deck! That's really good. We'll be able to kill off this zombie or maybe something better. Ooh! Ooh, what's my opponent doing? Are they going to sacrifice this zombie? Yeah, because we can dodge it. So, I guess the weird thing about Blazing Hostility here doesn't really do that much for us. I don't really care that much about Sigmund Fraud. But then what else am I playing? I'm just playing... I mean, I can level Blight Skull and a Wind Primordial, and that's pretty strong. But Blazing Hostility, getting this leveled, I think is also good. So what would I do? I'd play Blazing Hostility and then play either Blight Skull or Wind Primordial. So I'd be playing Wind Primordial. Do I just level Flame Lance if that's the case? No, I don't. Let's Blazing. I think Blazing is a fine card to level, and my opponent's playing Necreum. And let's just move these guys a little bit closer together so they can hang out. Yeah, leveling it's still good. It seems a little bit awkward because it doesn't really do anything here. Like, I could have... I might even just avoid the fraud as well. Yeah. My opponent will keep around Contagion Lord for sure. Really? Really? I'm tempted to let my opponent kill Sigmund Fraud if he's going to make plays like that. Right? Like, what do I give a shit? I can play Stonefist Giant here. Stonefist is a really good priority level, but, like, I feel super aggressive right now. I feel like I can just do this play Arcworm, and hit my opponent for like 12 damage this turn. And they're gaining life, sure, but I think your what the F Exalted Angel is in agreement with me. I think you are saying that, like, our opponent shouldn't have activated Sigmund Fraud. Yeah, the thing is, I mean, my opponent's gaining a lot of life, so I'm making all these weird plays where I'm just, like, trying to translate it into as much damage as possible, and my opponent's just trying to gain as much life as possible. But yeah, it definitely does seem gimmicky. Gimmicky is definitely a word. Though this card doesn't even make you sacrifice A-bombs. It just makes you sacrifice creatures. Yeah, Blazing Hostility on the level 3 Sigmund for 20. I mean, the level 3 is pretty decent. A 24-point life swing is pretty good late game, but doesn't mean you sacrifice your Contagion Lord. Though, at the same time, there's an argument to be made, like, I could have Ashurian Mystic his dude, and I would have dealt with it anyways. Oh, God. Alright, we definitely just Ashurian Mystic open lane. Do we Wildfire Maiden and hope to draw one of our 2 Warbringer Urantes? I think I just Graveborn Glutton trade with Bride of Frankenbaum. We do have Blazing Hostility in the deck, so I don't need to kill my opponent's creatures that heavily. Looks like the one play would have worked out decently. Now I will probably Flame Lance the Sigmund Fraud, though maybe I just like Flame Lance this one or some shit. Alright, my opponent's doing some stuff, but they didn't deal with my Ashurian Mystic. Yeah, if I guess it must have been changed, because it might have just had higher numbers. I mean, the card would definitely be... I mean, you look at it, it's almost like Glowstride Stag. And Glowstride Stag used to have worse stats. Glowstride used to be a 3-5, and then like a 7-9 or something. So now it's got stats comparable to the current Glowstride, and it gains about the same amount of life as it. The problem is, like, A-bombs are still lacking just a little bit. Flame Lance, Fit of Rage. If I Epidemic, I can eat Sigmund Fraud for free. Don't want to keep this guy around forever. I think I'm probably going to block it with Bizarak Drake. That'll trade with it in 2. Yeah, I think I like this play. We Epidemic, we move over and eat that, and then Bizarak Drake can attempt to take this out, and when I draw more Arcworms, I can decide I just want to move the Drake out of there anyways. And, like, if they play an 8 health creature right here, Fit of Rage, Flame Lance would have taken this out, but it would have left them with this one. Yeah, I think the Epidemic was weak, but the hand was, like, relatively weak. Fit of Rage is the right card, right? I'm not getting it confused with the other one? Yeah. Plus attack equal to the creature opposing it. So if I Fit of Rage... Yeah, if I Fit of Rage the Arcworm, it would have got plus 5 attack, and it still wouldn't have been enough to take out the Sigmund Fraud. Yeah, if that Epidemic was a Bitter Frost totem there, it would have been good. I Ironically, I think Bitterfrost Totem would have actually been pretty okay in this deck because of the fact I don't think this is going to work out for my opponent. Oh shit, the Chaos Twister! Oh wow, my opponent had a 1 in 3. Holy shit. Okay, I didn't think that was going to be good for my opponent at all. Turns out that was actually pretty close from them. And they lose this Lightning Elemental. Wow, that was pretty close. So, yeah, but Ginyu, if you just go Stonefist lane 1, then how do you actually deal with this Sigmund Fraud? I agree it might go on to do stuff, and now it can sacrifice... I don't think my opponent did it there. But it can... They didn't use it, right? Yeah, okay. What they're supposed to be doing now is sacrificing the Lightning Worms to the Sigmund Fraud. And they've actually got a sweet combo here. They almost cobbled something together and figured it out. But I think they came out a little bit short on it, even still. Yeah, that would have been sweet. My opponent almost had a really sweet play. I think I just play level 2 creatures here. Flamestoke is level gated. Arcworm is good. Alright, let's go Flamestoke and Arcworm. And we're going to block because I say so. So if I had played like a Stonefist Giant in lane 1 against the level 1 Sigmund Fraud, none of my other cards actually kill the Sigmund Fraud. Trial by Combat deals 5 damage. Epidemic deals 2 damage. That's a pretty good trade for me. I hope they just sacrifice this right now. How insane would that be? So Epidemic deals 2 damage to it and still means that my guy dies. So I didn't really have much in the way of that. Hostility kills it, but I didn't have Blazing Hostility in that hand. Blazing Hostility is still in my deck here. Yeah, on the play in rank 2, which is I think is the one that you're talking about. Yeah, because you said the Epidemic looked weak. None of my cards that I had Bizarak Drake, Flame Lance, Epidemic, Stonefist Giant, and Trial by Combat. Yeah, and my opponent even missed a Fraud activation here. I'm also playing weird cards that, like, I'm just trying to translate into dealing damage to my opponents. Yeah, I'm just trying to see if there's a really weird play that I can make with Uranti. Oh, that is what you're saying, Uranti Elementalist. Oh, wait, now I see what I can do. No. There's definitely a play here. There's definitely a really strong play with both Arcworms and multiple triggers. No, I think it's the right play. I'm just trying to figure out exactly how to do it. Maybe I Arcworm first, give it mobility. Yeah, okay. But I won't be able to move this one. Unless I move the Flamestoke into this lane. No, I can't move 3 creatures, it doesn't look like. I don't have the lanes. I think I can only move 2 creatures. And if I can only move 2 creatures, that means Uranti Elementalist isn't actually doing that much for me. Yeah, I'm still not sure how I can... Oh no, now I see how I can move all the creatures. Oh no, but then I can't move this one. Yeah, alright, I'm not going to think about it too much longer. Yeah, I don't think I could... Yeah, I don't think there was a way to get 3 mobility things in there for a total of 6 triggers. I think I just have to settle with the amount of triggers that I got. But this is still fine. My opponent takes 8, and then they'll take 11 more here, and then Ashurian Mystic is lethal. Wait. Let's play your Anti-Elementalist first, just to make sure. Oh yeah, I could have also just dealt 8 more damage to my opponent last turn by not caring about the zombie. Yeah, you're right, Exalted Angel. Whoa, I didn't have lethal! I just assumed I would. Well, we definitely have lethal with either Blazing Hostility or just these active creatures here this turn. 3/3 is also a target for hostility. Very true. Ooh, Firestorm to almost survive. Sweet. Alright, that's 1-0. Yeah, leaving the 3/3 around definitely would have been better. I just, my clock had like 20 seconds on it. So, I looked at that board for a while and tried to see if I could get 6 triggers out of it. I don't think there was a way to. I think I made the best play potentially. There was one other play that I saw, though, which could have been arguably better. It was put the guy in 1, the Arcworm in 1, activate him, put the Uranti Elementalist into 4, moving the Flamestoke into 3, and then move the Arcworm into 2, and then press battle. Deals the same amount of damage. It means that Elementalist trades off with the zombie on his turn, and leaves me with an undamaged Flamestoke Shaman, but puts damage on both of my Arcworms. Yeah, hopefully my opponent can learn a lesson. Though, at the same time, my opponent was potentially just trying to have some fun things happen with that draft. So, Arcworm, Flamestoke Shaman, and Stonefist Giant. All pretty decent cards. Yeah, no, you're correct, Exalted Angel. I would only get to move 2 creatures with that, but regardless of what play that I made, you understood correctly. Regardless of what plays I made, I was only going to get to move 2 creatures. Yeah, because my play also only moved 2 creatures, right? Or did my play? Yeah, my play also only moved 2 creatures. I just, and I couldn't figure out any ways to move 3. Stonefist Giant, really good priority level. Flamestoke Shaman is level gated, and Arcworm. I think I'm going to go Flamestoke Shaman. As much as I don't want to give up on Stonefist Giant here. Flamestoke is just so good with the Razortooth Stalkers that the chance of drawing one of them is just a really powerful play. Drew Blazing Hostility and Necroplasm, which don't go together super well. I feel like I got really punished for giving up hope in Stonefist Giant. This deck's trying to be a little bit more aggressive here, though. So, I don't know. I can, like, Cragwalker, move it over, and then play Necroplasm, which, at the very least, that's cool. Oh, could I have gotten more triggers by overwriting the Shaman? Oh, overwriting the Shaman. Oh, yeah. No, I didn't want to do that. Do you mean overwriting the... Could I have overwritten the Elementalist with any potential plays? Yeah, I could have. I could have overwritten the Elementalist. Sky, when a friendly creature deals combat damage to a player. I think I have it. I'm going to play out this turn first, though, and then... so Blazing Hostility's bad. Fit of Rage. Let's just go Cragwalker, move it over, and then make my opponent discard a random card. Necroplasm gets to positive battle. We hit my opponent for 7, which isn't great, but neither are any of these cards. Get an Aether Top Shaman. Meh. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, though, so we will try that out. Okay, so we all know what that board state was. It was lane 2 was a level 2 fraud with 8 damage or 8 health left and a Flame Stoke Shaman. Lane 4 was a 3/3 zombie, and lane 5 was an 8/5 Arcworm. Borean Mystic, no activation though, that's fine. So if I had... I kind of just want to go with priority levels here. Anything I play on this trades. Just Stonefist Giant to like almost trade. Borean Stormweaver will probably finish off, and that level's a Stonefist Giant. I think I want a Stonefist Giant in the deck. So if I go Uranti Elementalist... Oh no, because that wouldn't let me move the currently active Arcworm. I was thinking I could play Elementalist in 3, move Shaman to 4, then overwrite the Elementalist with the new Arcworm, activate it, move it into Sigmund Fraud lane, but that still traps my lane 5 guy in lane 5. My opponent plays an Aether Top Shaman, which is interesting. Could play your Elementalist. I don't think we want to. I think we want to activate here and then just level Graveborn Glutton and finish off Borean Mystic. Could also play the Drake to level off the Mystic, but Graveborn Glutton, while also a better underdrop, I think is just also a better priority level. So we'll just be fine that we've got a Razortooth Stalker on an open board, and we'll trade off everything else. My opponent's going to rank up soon, so the Razortooth Stalker can't get too out of hand, but... So Worm in 3, aggressive, move to 4. Elementalist in 2, move 4 to 1. Yeah. Okay, so that was a play, but right, yeah, you lose the Flamestoke Shaman, and you also don't deal with Sigmund Fraud with that play, yeah. But it can be done. It can be done. That's the important part. Dreadbolt's pretty awkward because I've already ranked up. Razortooth Stalker obviously doesn't have too great of a spot to go. Stonefist Giant isn't great, though, also because I already ranked up. So I could play Dreadbolt or Flamelance here, and then Razortooth Stalker in 4 when I move this one over. Or I could just move Stalker to 1, Stonefist Giant trades with Technosmith, bearing any pumps, which they're pretty likely to have. And then I go Stalker in 5. Yeah. So I like the play of killing the Wind Primordial because it opens up more spots for this Razortooth Stalker. Question is just, do I want to play Flamelance on it? Let's see what else my opponent's leveled. They just leveled another Matrix Warden, which is why I don't want to play I don't want to play into a Battle Trick because my opponent has 2 level 2 Matrix Wardens here. Question is just Dreadbolt or Flamelance. I think it's really close. Yeah, Flamelance is a really good card. And I'm just debating between Flamelance and Dreadbolt here. I think I can kind of get away with either one here. 7 damage. I'm gonna Dreadbolt. I think there's a chance that it may come up. Our opponent's not, like, super pressuring us here. Might be a little bit strange, but... And now when my opponent plays a Matrix Warden here... I think Burn generally wins... like, oops. Burn generally wins on, like, 2.4. Oh, that's a really punishing play for me. That was pretty good. Alright, well... We're playing for the late game, then. Stone Fist Giant, it is, and then we'll get a Razortooth Stalker with a little bit of damage. I agree with Angel's assessment there. Yeah, Burn typically ends the game. Late player level 2, early player level 3. The biggest card for Burn is... I don't want to leave this game because then I'm going to miss what cards my opponent levels here in the log. So that's unfortunate. But... Jeez. None of this stuff's good for me right now. Alrighty. I think I'm just Grave Pacting, Borean Mystic, and then trading off with Technosmith. Trade off with this. Then I have to move Razortooth Stalker over. Yeah, Borean Mystic is pretty cool. It's a sweet card. You think I should have played Elementalist there? I think this game's going to player level 4, which I guess is part of the reason that I made my play. Oh, okay, you do like my move better? Okay. Not feeling super great. Oh. That creature gets +2/+2. But it also counts on itself? Wait. This thing is just better than Rageborn Hellion. I guess its stats are worse. Oh, and it doesn't get pumped up. Okay, so it's grow wide instead of grow big. But that's really unfortunate because I really wanted to... Really wanted to be able to Wildfire Maiden. I really wanted to be able to Epidemic and Borean Windweaver this. Yeah, we didn't draw half of our leveled cards, and we're on the play. So we only leveled 3 cards. A Razortooth Stalker, a Stone Fist Giant. Oh, and we also drew the Necroplasm on the same turn. So we drew all of our level 2 cards on the same turn, effectively. Epidemic is really not doing much for us here. How do I even get back in when the fact this is going to be a level 3? I'm going to have to draw Cragwalker to trade with it. Also Wildfire Maiden. If I Wildfire Maiden, it'll put it back down to 8, which means Blight Skull, Necroplasm, and level 1 Stalker trade with it. I also have the level 2 Dreadbolt that I shuffled in. Borean Stormweaver can trade with it at that point, too. I think I have to Epidemic so that this is in a range that I can deal with. My question is, do I Wildfire Maiden open lane in 1? Or do I try to block with it on Ash Maiden? I think I have to block. Because otherwise this is just going to grow as well. Game's definitely not over. I've got outs. I've got to draw a 12 attack creature, which means I guess I can throw my Flame Stoke in front of this. Oh no, I only left myself needing to draw an 8 attack creature. Well, still Flame Stoke on this. Oh god. That makes things really awkward. Because my opponent's going to have Hermes. Alright. And then, also don't even fucking kill that. Oh god, okay. I could trial by combat. Yeah, hostility. Hostility 6 damage at level 1. I can trial by combat to kill the Ash Maiden. So Hermes and Ash Maiden, this is some weird synergy going on. My opponent didn't play good cards that turn. So I do have a shot here. I go Razortooth Stalker in 5, Flamestoke Shaman in 3 here to deal with the Ash Maiden. But this is just weird. This is just weird shit. I could also like trial by combat to finish this, but this is fine, I guess. Yeah, Flamestoke here. And then Stalker side lane. My opponent's going to move the Wind Primordial over. I can finish Wind Primordial off with Warbringer Aranti plus Necroplasm. No, plus with Necroplasm plus Razortooth because I have the activation off of this. They're going Warbringer Uranti to take out Flamestoke Shaman. So that means I am going to have to use my own Warbringer Uranti. This guy's side lane, so he's not activating. Oh, this guy can move if I wanted him to as well. I don't think I want him to. I think I just go like Borean Stormweaver, Warbringer Uranti, trade, deal damage. I have to draw a level 1 or a Wildfire Maiden and take some more damage. I'd be fine trading off Graveborn Glutton or Bright Skull. Yeah, Hermes did save the Colossus, which, sure, it happened. So, like, if I move this over, it doesn't do much. I'd actually trade my kingdom for a Wingweaver here. Yeah, I don't think it does enough to move over this Razortooth Stalker. It doesn't just die to Cinder Colossus, though, which is good. Which health does this have? 18. We've got a Grave Pact as well. We've got an Epidemic and the Stonefist Giant. Epidemic doesn't clear this right now, which is unfortunate. Alright, this play is a little weird. But I'm going to do some shit like this. I think that there's draws that we have that reward us for doing this. I can draw Stonefist Giant. My opponent still has to trade a card for this. I got punished. I got pretty punished. But I'm not dead. Again, just drew nothing. Alright, well I have to draw Stonefist Giant next turn, right? If there's any justice in the world. I hope my opponent battles and then moves over. No, they play a Hermes. But that Hermes is trading off. Okay. Even your Ronti Elementalist last turn would have been so good. Wildfire Maiden. 16. How do we deal with 16? 16 is 11 plus 6. That's fine. So we want to put Wind Primordial here. Do we have reasons to put that thing to 10? Kind of. We can also just save a creature to Grave Pact. Alright. Let's use this so that we can Grave Pact something. We're going to take 23 here. We drew the Grave Pact. We drew the Graveborn Glutton. There's justice in the world. We didn't quite get the 16-24 that I was also asking for, but we can Grave Pact this. We can Graveborn Glutton this. My opponent's going to play 2 more creatures that will kill me. Yes, I'm dead to that. And I'm also dead to that. But I played my outs. I drew my outs. And I lost the game. What more can you ask for? Alrighty, that's going to make us 1-1 here. And, yeah, that's going to be the end of this game in short order. We'll let my opponent battle it out, BM us if they need to. See what they can muster up. Nope, they just battle. Put us to negative 18, good game muster. And we will move on to the next one, 1-1. Yeah, that game didn't go super hot. And you know what happened that game? Other than me getting pretty unlucky during player level 2. That part's fine. I think the reason that I got unlucky is because I played a Stonefist Giant and I played a Borean Stormweaver. Wherever that is. I don't know where it went off to. Yeah, Borean Stormweaver. These were the cards I played. When I drafted this deck, I said I was going to play my Arcworms. And you know what? The game saw me trying to cheat the system. They're like, you're just trying to play the cards you already know are good. You're not trying to play this sweet, random-ass mobility deck that you drafted. So we're going to punish you. You're not going to get to draw any of your level 2s, except for that one turn where you can draw 3 or 4 of them. And then you're not going to draw any other ones ever again. So, yeah, I think we got, I couldn't kill the Wind Primordial. I could kill, or not kill, but I could put damage on the 4/7, whatever that card's called. I could put 12 damage on the Borean Mystic, but I killed the Wind Primordial as soon as I could. He had Hermes, so I couldn't kill it during my turn. And then I killed the Hermes. Then he didn't kill my Flamestoke Shaman. But yeah, I could never kill the Wind Primordial other than the time that I did, I believe. I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, I don't think I could kill it when he had the Ash Maiden and Wind Primordial on the board either. Because his Wind Primordial had 10... oh jeez. Oh, could I have? Windweaver plus Hostility? I guess I had both of those cards. I don't remember having the Hostility there, but if I did, then... yeah, I could have done it. I decided to go Epidemic Wildfire Maiden. I'm just gonna Grave Pack this shit. Yeah, I guess I didn't realize that I had Hostility in that hand. Yeah, I believe you. I believe you. Yeah, so I could have done that, and then my opponent would have had, let's see, their 6-10 would have grown into an 8-12, but that's a lot more manageable. Yeah, that would have been good. My opponent didn't leave me much room for Razortooth Stalker here. So if I go all in and I just believe in the heart of the cards, we go Razortooth Stalker, Epidemic. But my other cards are so good. What else would my play be? It would be Razortooth Stalker in 1, Borean Stormweaver in 5, and then prepare to Borean Stormweaver, ping this, and trade with Avalanche Guardian. That seems like a really good play, though, too. Epidemic is a really good card, but you also don't need to always level Epidemic, and sometimes it can still do just as much work. Oh, right, this card he activated, so this doesn't have Defender anymore. Sonic Pulse on that, which means now I have to Trial by Combat it to... Oh, Sonic Pulse on my whole board, right, that's how Sonic Pulse works. Yes. So do I Trial by Combat my Razortooth Stalker to get her going again? It's just crazy enough to work. No, I don't like it. But my opponent has not left me too many spots to do anything with anyways. Oh, I would just be playing Trial. Oh, Oh. How does Trial work? I've never played this card before. Do you target an opponent's creature? I just assumed it worked on the creature across from it. I figured if there's no creature across from it, it was just a pump spell. So how does this work? Do I target my guy and then target one of their guys? I guess so. Okay, so you have to choose 2 targets with that card. I did not know that. Don't love that the Stoneback is going to be able to finish off the Phantasm for free. There's nothing I can do. Gloom Reaper Witch doesn't really need to get leveled, so I guess we won't. But it would finish off the one thing. My opponent's playing way too many cards here, aren't they? What's going on? +1/+1. Yeah, I don't even have a good spot for a Sharian Mystic. I guess Graveborn Glutton will try to trade with Borean Stormweaver. And then I'll play an Arcworm. Oops. Yeah, that's... I never wind up leveling Gloom Reaper Witch because when you want to use it to kill stuff... you never have to level it. It always works as a pretty solid underdrop. The only thing that you need to level it for is like... no, but it doesn't kill Brood Queen on level 3. So it's not great against Brood Queen. I don't even know what it's good against. I mean, it's good against killing under-leveled creatures. And by good, I mean just okay. But yeah, it's mostly just good at killing, Alrighty, some Stonebacks are out to play. Graveborn Glutton is definitely going to try to trade off with Stormweaver. And then we go Razortooth Stalker center lane. So that this Stoneback can't hunt it down. Yep, the level 3 actually does have pretty good stats there. Not like good, but you don't sacrifice any stats for the ability. You sacrifice the stats at like level 2 kind of, and a little bit at level 1, but yeah, I could see this as a decent card to level against Utera. But I do think the main reason you play it is just to have access to it in your deck. Alrighty, and he's going to let me choose what I want to trade Razortooth Stalker off with. And hit me for 6, or 10 rather. So I guess given the choice, I want to trade Razortooth Stalker off with a Flame Rift Instigator. Then I would love to be able to activate Wildfire Maiden, if they'll let me. And then play a Flamestoke Shaman. So it's my opponent hit me for 20. Means that I open myself up to a Matrix Warden or Temporary Pump here. And it means that I still have to find a way to deal with Technosmith. Alright, so if my... Now we really want them to play Uranti Stormshaper and nothing. Want them to play Uranti Stormshaper, move over, attack this, and then play like a Cragwalker in front of Flamestoke Shaman. Alright, we can make this happen. Matrix Ward, damn, they had it. Alright, well, with a Matrix Warden coming out, unless we see a Storm Shaper, which we don't, we will be blocking this with Flame Rift Instigator, activating nothing, and then Stormweaver. We could give Stormweaver haste if we want to. We don't need to. I think we might want to, though. Is haste good or aggressive? It means that it immediately dies to the Avalanche Guardian. Otherwise, we get the hit for 8. Get punished by, like, dogs or something, though. Yeah, I can finish off the Guardian, or I can finish off the Matrix Warden here. I think just finishing off the Guardian to... So, like, the reason not to activate it was because then my opponent moves their Guardian over, and then I activate it, killing their Guardian. So I would be able to kill it on my turn. Then I don't wind up just trading it with a level 1 card. Activate creatures are interesting because having them not aggressive sometimes just means you can wait and get a better activation out of them. Let's see. Guess this play is really just what I want to level. I have a Necroplasm positive battle regardless. So let's trade off Stonefist Giant. Then play Necroplasm. It's either that or level my Epidemic for no reason. Let's trade. Positive battle, and then draw Grave Pact to answer his level 3. Come on, Grave Pact. Let's see it, baby. Not quite a Grave Pact. We've got some good cards in the deck, though, this time. Drew all level 1s here, but still have 5 level 3s in the deck, most of which are pretty good. Grave Pact is also a pseudo level 3. Instigator's a reasonable underdrop. Gloom Reaper Witch is a good underdrop for the Storm Shaper. Alright, they changed the course of that battle, that's fine. So, this is fine here too. I think I'm just going to play 2 Wind Primordials and place them in 4 and 5 so that I can deal damage and then move over and finish it off. Then I draw the Grave Pact, of course. So now what I'm actually looking to do is Grave Pact my opponent's level 3 creature and then play a Wildfire Maiden that I will be able to activate and clean up the rest of their board. I also have Epidemic, which will change the course of battle here and the course of battle here, though I don't really care that much about this. Uranti to boost up is a temporary boost. This gives +4 attack this turn, so if I had boosted it up, it would have gone away. The Tempe's cards are unfortunately worse than the Aloyan combat tricks. Alright, well my opponent certainly bricked there. So that's pretty lucky. Epidemic's still fine. I think, or Grave Pact is still fine, I meant to say. I definitely want to play Wildfire Maiden though, right? Yeah, I think I just go Epidemic Wildfire Maiden. It's not super impressive. If I Wildfire Maiden here, my opponent can move over. Oh no, because I'm going to Epidemic first. Yeah. Yeah, so we got the board clear. Do we want to let our opponent trade with that? We do not. So we just battle, and we've got Wildfire Maiden clearing the way for Borean Stormweaver. We can maybe make some weird stuff happen with Uranti Elementalist finishing something off with Wind Primordial too. So we've stabilized. We're at 37, but we get to play a Borean Stormweaver on what should be an empty board. And that should be pretty good. Maybe that'll set us up some plays for Razortooth Stalker or Flamestoke Shaman into Razortooth Stalker. My opponent has Ironbound Reinforcements. Is that enough? It is enough to take out Wildfire Maiden and Wind Primordial. So that was the downside of blocking instead of just open laning. And now my opponent gets to play their own Borean Stormweaver themselves. So, are we just hoping to draw one of two, either Graveborn Glutton or Flamestoke Shaman? I think that's what we're hoping. I'd really like to just not have damage on my Stormweaver. I'd really like to just do it like that. So let's Stormweaver open lane. Nope. Doesn't do anything. Right? Yeah, it just means my guy dies to the trigger. Then let's Stalker to block. Strategies in draft. Alright, we got there with the Graveborn Glutton. That are strong enough to force. I think that right now... that's a little bit unlucky, but we still have the answer for it. Yeah, Maiden in lane 5 would have been better. My main consideration there was I just had to look at my life total. I was going to take 6, 6, and 3. I guess I couldn't prevent the 3, but that would have been 15 damage, which is almost my life total. Or it's half my life total, rather. So that was my main consideration with the block. I figured the chance that I could... Ooh, my opponent has the trial by combat to smack me. Alright, so if I had taken 15 earlier, I would be dead here. And that is one of the things that you have to take care with when playing against Tempest creatures. And they deal some damage. But I think we're doing alright here. I'm just going to play my 2 biggest threats, which are going to be Blight Skull and Graveborn Glutton. Yeah, I can't take any more damage. I was trying to see if I had any really weird plays up my sleeve here. I don't. We're just going to clear off my opponent's board. So I think there's 2 types of forcing in Solforge draft. There's forcing archetypes, but there's also just forcing faction combinations. And I think in the past, it has definitely been correct to potentially... Alright, well, he can't move it. It's definitely been correct to potentially force various faction combinations. We're dead to a kill spell on Bright Skull. I can kill it off with, like... No, that's no good. Alright, let's just Wildfire Maiden, open lane, and Blight Skull. Do I want to take 9? No, I really don't want to take 9. My opponent's gonna do that. Wildfire Maiden isn't even great here. Yeah, I'm gonna Wildfire in 1. The question is just, do I want to block with Blight Skull? Gonna not... Go to 8. Gonna not block here. We have to make a risk at one point. And I think this is our most clear opportunity to take that risk. We didn't draw a Warbringer Uranti, which is pretty unlucky. That was the main card we wanted to draw there. Or some level 3s, you know, those are good too. Oh, Sonic Pulse for the blowout. Oh, God. Sonic Pulse, then they activate. They're 16. They've got 3 lethal creatures, and I can only block 2 of them. So that is going to be GG's. Looks like it. Yes. Okay. We'll block here. We will block here. And GG's, Lewis Cho. We will get you down to a respectable 75 and then die a horrible, horrible death. Now that the game is over, I can answer your question a little bit better if you are still here, Nurgles. So in the past, I think that there's been times where it's been better to force certain strategies in draft, or not strategies as much as factions. Um, they're like Shardclaw Crusher was a pretty insane card. Seal of Deepwood was a pretty insane card, and not to just name Utera cards, but I mean Utera's been OP like multiple times, and I think that Spring Dryad has been really good. Right now, all of the cards, or not even all of the cards, but all of the factions are pretty balanced. Tempest, which has kind of historically been the worst faction, has the best common in Borean Stormweaver. You just saw that guy, so I don't have to grab him. The only thing that I could say, it's not as much true as it used to be. So yeah, I guess so archetypes that are worth forcing. There's a few archetypes that aren't worth forcing because I think they're just bad even if you get them. Like, there's always like a corpse crawler deck. Yeah, I knew you were talking about Stormweaver. There's always like a corpse crawler deck. You know what? I actually do think is somewhat worth forcing. If you're in Necrium, I think valuing abominations higher than you value non-abominations is actually pretty reasonable. You can... So the biggest thing that makes you want to play abominations are Contagion Lord. If you can first pick a Contagion Lord, then it's like, all right, well, clearly I want to draft all the abominations that I see. But the other card that kind of makes you want to go into abominations is Abyssal Maw. Sometimes you will open up your first pack and it'll be like, I don't know, something that isn't an abomination. We'll say it's Grimgone Predator's even good with it. Let's just pick a random Tempest card. We'll say it's Borean Stormweaver. And then, like, pack 2, you have an Abyssal Maw already. Yeah, I was going to get to that one next. Exalted Angel. You'll see, like, a pick 2 Abyssal Maw, and that will kind of send you down the path of like, all right, I just want to pick up any Abyssal Maws that I see, followed by any Graveborn Gluttons that I see, followed by any Dr. Frankenbaums. I'm still not sure if Dr. Frankenbaum or Graveborn Glutton is better, but they're close, and Abyssal Maw is out in front of both of them, I think. Contagion Lord, I think you would pick up before either of them as well, but that doesn't really count. Like, and Zithian Direhound, you just don't see it as often. Zithian Direhound, I think you can just always pick up whenever. That card's pretty insane. Yeah, I've got a lot of cards here if I, like, bulk scrap. What is that? Yeah. A cool 9 million. I don't love Bride, but... Yeah, Graveborn Glutton is also really good. There's a chance... It's better than Abyssal Maw sometimes, but it's close. You pick Bride, but the way that the draft algorithm works is you generally don't have to pick up Bride over other good cards. And I would probably pick up Bride... So what cards here are currently in the draft pool? Because most of these aren't. I'd pick up Bride over Corpse Crawler because that card's shit. But... like Sorrow Harvester, Zithian Hulk. I guess it's not really worth comparing it to other abominations. I think you actually can rely on Abyssal Maul to win the game. As crazy as it sounds, like, you can get 3 or 4 of these, and they just kind of snowball. Yeah, the life gain comes up, though. It comes up in the mirror match, and the card is still fine. Also, gaining a little bit of life here and there means that you get to deal a little bit more damage. But if the question is, like, third pick, you have the choice between, like, Bride of Frankenbaum and... I'm probably not going to pick this up unless there's no other good options, regardless of how deep into A-bombs I am. The only way that changes is if I already have Contagion Lord. When I have Contagion Lord, I generally stop, or I generally then just value over like a blank pick. I value the Abominations higher. The other archetype that I think is worth potentially forcing, and force is a tricky word with this one too, and I think it was... Who was it that already mentioned it? I think it was Ginyu. Exalted Angel mentioned that there was a time where Aloy and Uterra was a draft strategy worth forcing. It mostly comes down to Aegis Wings, I think, being the best card, but so you pair high armor off with the fact that Uterra creatures can pump both the toughness and the attack of creatures, and you can just make some really strong creatures. And there's one other archetype that I think is potentially worth forcing. Trying to think if there's another one before I give this away. No, not really. All right. Well, we can see. So, I guess there are 2 good... Oh, no, there's 3. Okay, there are 3. So, Umbric Lasher, Spite Hydra, and Onyxium Phantasm. Oh, you know what? Frost Maiden's good, too. So, let's make this just Heroics. So of all of these cards, Ortec Explosives I don't think is in the draft pool anymore. Human Archetype, I don't know if that's something. But so of these cards, you get a bonus with the allied cards by playing multiple different factions. There's a few of these that are good. Brood Queen is just kind of good regardless. Some of these are just bad. Asperian Stage, I haven't seen this in draft in a while. Maybe this is good enough too? I'm not sure if this is still in the draft pool or not. Though I'm kind of... I don't know if I'm super likely to first pick in Asperian Sage. It's not super splashy. But of these cards, the ones that I would say... Well, I guess I'll go over all of them, even the ones that I'm not sure are in the draft pool. Sage, I would force... I wouldn't necessarily force this. Spite Maiden I would. Spite Hydra I would. Phantasm I would. Warhammer. Yeah, I think I would. And Umbric Lasher. I didn't think Asperian Sage was in the draft pool, but, you know, should it or something else be in the draft pool in the future... Mostly these 3 cards I'm talking about are... Oh, and this one. Are so powerful that if I first pick an Onyxium Phantasm, I am going to take a Aloyan card as soon as I see it, no matter what. So then, like... maybe not no matter what, And especially not no matter what for Spite Hydra, because Spite Hydra's still good regardless. Scarab is... Yeah, Scarab's got a pretty good... Scarab's good on every level. Yeah, this card almost like beat me a week ago. I didn't think it was super impressive, but yeah, it's strong. It did a lot of work against me last week. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Scarab's pretty good. But is Scarab good enough that you would force yourself... Well, it's not much of a force to force yourself into Utera. Yeah, it does set up formation. That's pretty sweet, too. Sets up formation and raid for your Hive Queens. Speaking of Hive Queen, I did try to force that the other day. I picked up a Hive Queen, and then I drafted some aggressive creatures with slightly higher preference. So I could see doing that too. And the way that you abandon, like say you take a Nyxium Phantasm, but then your next pick has... maybe it has Wirewood Patriarch, or it has Borean Stormweaver, though this might be better than Borean Stormweaver. I could see abandoning this pick then, but otherwise I'm going to try to kind of force myself into an Nyxium Phantasm, and say the pack is like Fellwalker or something worse, like Bitter Frost Totem. No, I'm just kidding. Fellwalker, and then it's got... or no, Fellwalker's a bad example. I want a shit Aloyan card. So what's a shit Aloyan card? It's got like, give all your creatures 1 armor. It's got that. And then the other choices are Fangwood Bear, Borean Stormweaver, some other shit. Actually, with Borean Stormweaver, I might have to consider that, because Borean Stormweaver could just be better than a Nyxium Phantasm. So if that's the case, you just take the Stormweaver, and then you care more that you got a Stormweaver rather than you got the Nyxium Phantasm. So there's some interesting things to consider there. What else? I kind of don't... I'm not going to play another draft. So I shouldn't start one. You know what we could do? Let's just force something. Let's do a draft where we force something. It'll be over by like... no, I'm not going to get all the games in. I want to go out tonight. So I don't think I can really afford to start up another draft here. You can do some like casual constructed play, but nothing too crazy. Is there anything kind of cool going on in constructed? I don't even know what this deck is. This is like a deck to play against one of my friends, I think. I don't know what the point of this deck was. Oh, yeah, it's got a bunch of soulbound cards in it. That's what it's doing. Alright, we can delete this. Yeah, this was to play against randos, so... Let's look at the store. What's the card of the day? Steel Forged Avatar? Alright, let's build a Steel Forged Avatar deck. You need my draft. I could. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna go out. Oh, is there a tier 1 deck with Steelforged Avatar? Should I just build that instead? I probably don't have all the cards for it, to be honest. though I can definitely afford to craft some cards. Let's go on Solforge ladder. Is there a way to just search decks on here? I guess there isn't. There's a way to look at your own decks, but no way to look at... Oops. Yeah, because I don't have the new Metamines. Which probably just means it's bad in general, too. Oops, none of those. Alright, Ginyu, I will check out this list. Oh, it's just... Yeah, I mean, I guess this makes sense, too. You just play... You just play good cards. Yeah, I always forget about that. I guess the best way to do it is just to... is just to play whatever the strongest Aloyan legends are. So you would play like, yeah, more of an armor theme. I guess that's pretty reasonable to do more armor stuff. Is it a robot? This dude? No, he's a cyborg, that's right. Oh, I have a frontline combatant? I guess I won one. So armor or Metamines? Oh, I forgot about this guy. This guy got nerfed or something, didn't he? Play an additional card. He used to also draw a card to replace himself. Yeah, I guess... So part of the tricky part, like... I guess you do just want to play... Like, I'm going to want Nexus Aeronauts regardless. I don't want whatever I just put in, though. Orient Warwalker. I do want that. Relic Hunter's pretty decent. I probably want Frontline Combatant regardless. Yeah. I don't have the Nexus Bubble things, so I don't think we're going to go that route. We might want to play more Metamines. Are any of these other Metamines good? No, that's not good. Draw a card for each friendly Metamind? Ooh, we can make a big dude. We can make a big Steelforged Avatar. Yeah, I don't have any specimens, I don't think. Unless, did we all get one for free? Yeah, we did. Which other friendly creature? Non-battle damage. This is more a Utera card, though, isn't it? Or Tempe's card? Do you just play this by itself? Because, like, how... I'm not going to deal non-combat damage to it. And then that starts messing up our Steelforged avatars. What was I looking for here? Oh, yeah, Metamines. Yeah, none of these Metamines are that great. Are there Metamines that I don't own? Oh, yeah, there's the new guy. The new guy's real good. GSF Commando. Probably don't need that many more cards in here. Let's just put in... Though I guess part of the point of this deck is to make our dude as big as possible. So we potentially want... Draw cards at the end of your turn. Maybe we do just play these other random-ass metamines. You know what? Fuck it. Take out Strategist. This deck's going to be a lot worse for it, but... Deck has more than 40. Let's take out the Vengeance one. Metamind Explorer. Where's it at? Right here. Alright, we can maybe make something work with this. Is this good enough? Yeah, we could, right, because we don't want Energy Surge in the deck with, oh, did I not put Energy Surge back in the deck? Yeah, without Energy Surge, or without a way to power level, we wouldn't really want Energy Surge, and we could put Metasight in. Yeah, we'll say this is fine for now. And I'm just going to play a few games here. Feel free to queue up against me if you want some free wins, though I can't imagine many of you guys are still at a point where you can play bronze too. Oh, never mind. You can be platinum and still play people that are bronze too. So doesn't really matter that much. You get to play Gox and Drix. So that's pretty sweet. Our opponent playing Nexus Bubble. Okay, so I know his whole deck list. I have it right in front of me here because I just looked it up to try to build this deck. And what can he possibly do against this? Nothing. Drix is like a little bit weak because it doesn't pump the gnomes. So that's a little bit awkward, but so long as we don't draw 2 gnomes here, we just want to draw 1 more gnome. Then we can play him. Forge, draw a card for each friendly metamind. Alright, so we play Mindbreaker, then gnome, and then Steelforged Avatar. Just want to make one big Steelforged Avatar one time. Our whole board's going to be pretty big here. Alright, GSF Commando. Well, I can't really kill this ever, but we'll figure out something. We'll figure something out. Oh, that's a little unfortunate. Because now he can just activate this. Wow, he's got a Armor 7 creature that he can activate to kill my shit whenever he wants. So we need to draw Steelforged Avatar. Oh, right, it doesn't draw cards anymore. Whoopsie. We could draw 1, draw 2. Like, I can play Drix, but then it just immediately dies. We'll see if we can hit a Steelforged Avatar, I guess. Alright, we got there. Card of the day, let's go. It doesn't actually do anything. It hits this guy for 1. But, yeah, we gotta hope that that's enough now. We just have to hope our opponent plays another creature, and then we get to Edict. Then we're in a fine spot. Yeah, this already does kind of feel like GG, though. I put the Edicts in here, and I put the Wipe Away. We obviously already drew Wipe Away, and it's gone. But we'll be able to draw that next player level. Wait. I guess turn 1... Oh, my opponent's on the play. So turn 1, they went bubble. Turn 2, they played Commando Gauntlets. Turn 3, they played another Gauntlets and another Commando. Unfortunately, this guy has too much attack that we cannot take it down. Yeah, what I need to play is like a Matrix Warden to pump their Commando. Alright, so while it's in the center lane, doesn't matter. We'll battle. I don't even know if we really want to Edict. Edict doesn't really do that much for us here. We'll just play this. It'll all die to this stuff. I don't really know how we get out of this one, but we'll figure it out. Yeah. The Edict isn't great against the kind of center lane thing, but I don't know. It's not like we could put kill spells in this deck because all of our cards have to be Aloyan. The way that we would have had outs to this is if we played like a bunch of Matrix Warden, like Ironbound Reinforcements, and frontline combatants and things like this of our own. Alright, he's going big. He's going big for sure, but there's another friendly Metamind. So we can play Metamind Archivists, and they're like guaranteed Goxes. That's pretty good. By pretty good, I mean mostly terrible. But we're winning. We'll figure something out. We just gotta draw a bunch of cards until we draw the wipe away, and then we'll die to him doing the exact same thing on player level 2. Seems pretty reasonable to me. What did he play there? Is that another bubble? Cool. We want him to play all of his bubbles on this player level so that when we draw our wipe away, we can get rid of all of them. Yeah, I think I have to play the Archivists over Gox here because these are guaranteed triggers. Yeah, Wipe Clean's real good, dude. You get to draw 7 cards here. We'll see it. And our cards draw cards. I'm sure we'll get there. Okay, we didn't quite get there, but this guy's pretty big. This thing just gets to deal 12 damage to an enemy creature. Holy shit, this is strong. And it's got 12 armor. This is impossible. This is impossible. Alright, Wipe Clean. Let's find it. Dealt non-battle damage. Oh, so now you start pinging your specimens with your commanders and then all of your creatures. That's what you do, right? Oh, enemy creature. Okay, so how do you activate specimen? You don't, right? I guess my opponent's not Mono Aloyan. They're gonna, like, Firestorm or something? Alright, we just have to not die. I think we're doing okay. Ambriel's Edict wipes the board here, too. So that's fine. I think we go Acolyte to level it. Drix. Oh, okay, just anti-poison technology. That makes sense too. Then we'll Edict. He can probably kill our guy. If he draws a Gauntlets, he kills our guy. So we get to Mindbreaker. I don't really know. I mean, this is good for us if Drick sticks around. I don't think he's going to. But if he does, we get to Mindbreaker into maybe another Mindbreaker. We'll do the math and then give all of our creatures like maybe +10, +10. That wouldn't be horrible. Oh no, they could all get +12, +12 if I could go Mindbreaker into Mindbreaker. So if I could go Mindbreaker, if my opponent doesn't kill Drix, I get to go Mindbreaker into Mindbreaker, give all my guys +12, +12. Looks like it might be safe, and then I die to this. But fuck. Yeah, you're right. The first Mindbreaker would allow me to play Acolyte, though that would mean less Drix damage. Doesn't look like I'm going to do any of that. Yeah, okay. We could still win this, though. We just have to buy ourselves enough time that we eventually draw the wipe clean. We just get to, like, Edict once per player level. And then otherwise we're just soaking up damage from our opponent's plays. So let's play Mindbreaker, I think, and I'm not sure if we actually even want to play the other Mindbreaker. Alright, we drew Wipe Clean. Do we play it now? Yeah, I think we do. My opponent still has one more bubble in the deck. But Bacon Pet, I missed what you are referencing. What, how would he pump the specimen? Oh, the trial by combat. Right. Right, so that's what he's playing as his removal spell of choice. I don't think our opponent's ready for all this Steelforged Avatar goodness that we got going. We can go Steelforge center lane to trade, and then Archivist to hopefully draw some cards? No. Well, I guess we just trade off a bunch of Steelforged Avatars. I'd like to level the Archivist, though the whole point of all these shenanigans was kind of to level some Steelforged Avatars, and here's the other way he triggers it. So the whole point of this was to level Steelforged Avatars and make some big ones. I think I just want to go Avatar, Avatar. Yeah, this seems reasonable. 7, 8, and 6, 7. Alright, and then we have Gox for the rank up. And we have Metamind Overseer for the rank up. Okay. We're going to draw some cards. We're going to make some big Steelforged Avatars, and we might be able to make something happen here. I'm not giving up. Never give up, dudes. The thing is, this deck doesn't really pressure your life total that much. These don't non-battle damage. That's pretty good. And then the Firestorm. Alright, so he's playing that as well. It's going to give him an 8-1. I think I go for the positive battle with Gox on this dude. And then I think I'll even go for the Metamind Overseer. Opens me up. This guy will only have 4 health on him. So it is pretty likely to die, but I'm going to gain or draw 2 cards by gaining rank. This will die to Steelforged Avatar, won't it? Yeah, it will. Alright, let's not deal with that then. Let's just go here. I'll draw 2. I'll maybe draw 2 more. Let's get some Steelforged Avatars, baby. There they are. And draw a card for each friendly Metamind. I can make a huge Steelforged Avatar. Drix is also really good. I might also want to play my Drix. Alright, my opponent's going center lane again. Does he have another Nexus Bubble? I mean, it's just good play to put your guys center lane regardless. How much attack does this have? Only 8 attack? Savage Combatant. I don't really know what this does. Alright, so that trades with that. So this could draw me 2 cards. This is already getting plus 12 plus 12. So it's got 16. I think I'll be able to deal with the Commando with Drix. So let's go Avatar. And then let's go Drix open lane. And I should be able to deal with this. Okay, I only drew 1. Okay, this hand's really bad. Okay. Yikes. Plus 3 attack for each card discarded this way. So if I just play Metamind Explorer, that gives me... it'll have 15 total attack. Yeah, it's not enough. Not sure what I'm doing here, then. I could Metamind Explorer, battle, then play Steelforged Avatar, then activate Drix, potentially. Yeah, I think this guy is not great, just because of the way that his trigger lines up. And we already drew 2 Steelforged Avatars and 2 Metamind Acolytes this player level. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Means we're only not going to draw. I mean, we might redraw into the deck and actually draw some of these cards again, though. And I guess the one Iron Mind Acolyte that we want to draw is still in the deck. So that's kind of reasonable. And then Gauntlets to take out the Steelforged Avatar. Oh no, to take out the Gox. Oh, well that's unfortunate. You get to deal 14. Draw a card, so that's not even better. He gets +8/+8, so this is only 14 anyways. Right, it's 14. 12, 14. Alright, so it'll survive here, so I guess we play it. And then I guess we play this too. They'll just... yeah, they'll have to pick which one of those they want to kill. Alright, we've bought ourselves a little bit more time here. Still don't know what the end goal is. Yeah, Lucid Echoes would be good. I don't actually own any, so I'd have to craft them. And I don't really want to craft any cards for this joke deck. But, I mean, I think Lucid Echoes is still, like, a kind of reasonable card. Though it probably hasn't seen any play since the Gnome got nerfed, right? The Gnome didn't even get nerfed that much. But, yeah, and I guess Lucid Echoes also sees play in the Jokey combo decks. Oh, did Gnome get nerfed because of the Jokey combo decks? Or did it get nerfed... I think that might have been why it got nerfed, actually. Okay, this just actually has 10 armor. Next player level, my opponent's Gauntlets of Soulgrims also turn off. So that is worth considering. they like... Yeah, they stop being a spell, and they turn into this, which is still pretty good. It's still pretty good with the commando. This deck's sweet. And they replace that with the Relic Scout. Interesting. And then Brimstone Tyrant openly. 4 damage to each other creature. Sure, I don't know. I don't know what's going on, dude. 13. Alright, so my opponent will be able to kill both of my creatures for free here. So there's no point in even playing them. Let's play Metamind Adept and try to hit a Aegis thing. We didn't get there. I'll play a Steelforged Avatar. Figured I should try to just get an Edict that turn, because all of my cards can just die to their triggers anyways. Yeah, the Tyrant also for the... and they did have Firestorm as well. Oh, lethal. Forgot about that whole life total thing. Alright, well that is quite a way to end the stream there. I am going to call it there, though, for the day. For me, definitely going to be streaming tomorrow and Friday, though I may be mixing it up a little bit. I think what my plan is to try out some Magic the Gathering Vintage Cube drafts, so feel free to follow if you are interested in that. But also, while I'm waiting in the Vintage Cube queues, I think I am going to... Oh, okay, the combatant got killed. That's why I did it. Okay, that makes sense. So, I think while I'm in the Vintage Cube queues, or not just the queues, but like waiting for the next round to start. I guess we call that queues in Solforge. But while we are waiting for those games to start, because sometimes there are 10, 30 minutes till the next round in Magic, I think going to do some Solforge gameplay in between those games. So I won't be under the tag Solforge, so you'll have to follow me if you want to be able to see me streaming tomorrow. But I think I'm going to try that out. We'll see how it works, if the Magic people are interested enough to stick around and watch me play Solforge. So I'll kind of be doing both of those at the same time, and the focus will be on the Magic games there, on the Vintage Cube drafts. But yeah, that's something I wanted to try out, see how that works. Otherwise, that is it for me. So thank you guys very much for watching, and yeah, we'll see you next time. Peace.